everybody? Welcome back to Wampoville. More Army of the Dead. These are from Papal 3D. Actually, this is one. Pretty sure this is from Highland Miniatures right here. Now, I did go a whole lot simpler on the bases. I just went with the ones that I printed out from Papal 3D because I think we got 16 of these guys or something like that. Again, we went kind of simple. We have a whole bunch of greens out here. A lot of these are the Paul Rubens, actually. The floral green. That's actually the oxide, chromium oxide there from Winsor Newton. I actually do still have pearline black and a couple other things. As you can see, glowy green stuff, and then you can see the rusty stuff there. Now, other thing is we want to have different colors of green, as in this is more blue, that's more yellow. So we're going to try and also make sure we have some of that. Now, we're just going to this is just a dark green primer that I made. It's almost about the same color as pearline black, I'd say. I'm going to take this floral green, and we're just going to be kind of hitting a bunch of them at once. We're going to take the floral green and the chromium oxide, and we're just going to, again, like do this a little bit on some parts of the fig. Be doing this dry brushy stuff. Then we're going to again, keep switching the colors up. So that's kind of more of a warmer green right there. A little bit warmer. Nice to see you there, Renlor. Yeah, it's almost time for the Alaska folks to return home. I'm guessing they're flying out on Monday, right, Renler? So Renler, thanks for hanging out last night. Thanks for all the bitses and everything. That is much appreciated. Hopefully you got a chance to do a little bit more stuff on the figs today. Of course, today was a fantastic day of college football. Holy smokies. I see, and the Wampoville Sports Network is active once again. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, yeah, we got ourselves a little chat point thing there. The music sounded fantastic, Recoil. I know it. Well, I know it can be frustrating, but I do hope that I don't know. You're kind of jazzed about the stuff that you've been able to make there. Yeah, I know it's not an easy task necessarily. Oh, that's right, Renler. I keep forgetting that whole Labor Day thing. Yeah, sorry about that. I think because ReaperCon, I think that just ends on Sunday. That's probably why I was thinking DragonCon also ending on Sunday. So sorry about that. Thanks, Recoil. So this is there we go with the brand new graphic right there. Look at that. There's the APCC standings right there. Who knew that Swampton was a team, Recoil? Actually, Recoil, we're gonna have to make a team logo for Swampton. So there's your assignment for tonight there, Recoil. 1 second there, Grand Oracle. Here, let me. Even better there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. So I did not. I didn't actually do that Recoil. The one thing I was just trying to avoid, because the image on the one side, well, it had Michigan versus I think it was versus Iowa or something like that. I'm like, no, I don't want. I don't think I want any kind of logos or recognizable uniforms. So I tried to tell it just create something, but that was a little weird there. Now we're in there. That sounds very cool too. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So we're using. Some of them are the Fox Bite. Some of them are Golden Maple. Some of them are the Green Stuff World ones. There's a whole bunch of different ones here. Now I think I'm gonna. I'll just leave one of these guys as primer. Just so people. Wait a minute. Do I have one sitting over here? 1 second. I don't have to do that because I still have more over there. Okay, so we'll do that. So Grand Oracle hopefully had a chance to do a little something something there today. Yeah, we're just gonna hit all of these guys here. So yeah, recoil. It wasn't quite as much activity. I wanted it to kind of zoom in on the desk a little bit more. Oh, and Valfera, he said, "Oh, I'm surprised there wasn't Ugly Dolls as news anchors at the desk." Well, you might as well do that, Renlor. I mean, strike while the iron is hot, for sure. So great to see you again, Grand Oracle. Here, Grand Oracle. I don't think you actually had a chance to see the end of last night's stream there. So there's our Chrome Cylon lady right there. Now I'm going to set you aside. We're going to grab ourselves another one here. And we're going to try a different green. Let's see what happens with this. This is one of the Paul Rubens greens here. It's definitely more of an ochery green. It's kind of a nurgly green, I guess you could say. So recoil at least now 4 of the top 10 teams are going to lose this weekend. So it is, speaking of chaos, it is all chaos today, recoil. It was spectacular. So recoil today, we had with Florida State beaten Alabama. That was almost a little bit like, say, the Roos taking down like Collingwood or at least like Brisbane or something. Yeah, that's imagine somebody like either the Roos or say Carlton or something like that, or Richmond takes down Collingwood or well, I guess now Adelaide, because Adelaide's got some stuff going on. They got some spice happening there for sure. More of that here. Nope, wrong green. That green. And maybe not on every single dude either. So we've got Herald and the Heralds here. Again, these are 3D printed from Papal 3D. So yeah, recoil. It was a very, very, very fun day of. It was a spectacular first weekend of college football. Pretty much everything that I would have wanted to have in a first week of college football. Now, thanks for redeeming that, because so Grand Oracle, there is a new. Well, actually, Grand Oracle, you may not be. There's a few new chat rewards. So there's a new painting pyramid. Well, it's called the Linseed Pyramid, Grand Oracle. I'm not sure if you actually had a chance to see that yet, but you might have 1 or 2 chat points. That's what I'm thinking, Grand Oracle. You might have a couple of those sitting around. In fact, you might have gotten a few more just a few minutes ago. Okay, so that is not gonna work. So we're gonna take him out of there, and we're gonna put another guy in there. We'll just, well, there he is. So we'll just put this guy in there then. So the one thing I will say that the area where you glue, say like the mesas or something like that, there's not a whole lot of area to attach those. Shove a little bit of that in here. Back to our other green now. See, we got again a little bit of the yellow in it. Now, let's hit this down here. Again, normally I would use the filbert brushes, but these do tend to save those brushes from getting destroyed on this rougher stuff here. So there's a bunch of Dick Blick stuff on the way. More brushes, more, well, because that's a decent set. I have no idea how long that's going to be going, Grand Oracle, but there is a mighty sale, it seems like, going on Dick Blick here. So this basically is King of the Dead right here. Again, that's Herald and the Heralds. Here's one of the Heralds. Hey there, Camda. So Camda, there are some new graphics. You can see the Wampelville Sports Network is up and running there. And also, too, in the chat point rewards thing, there's a little something in there, too. Sorry that this is so late, but I was working on graphics. Then I was babysitting the printer because I knew that spool was just about to run out. And then I realized that I needed to go grab, let's see, where's one of my smaller ones of these guys? Where did they disappear to? So they seem to just have disappeared. Are they in here, maybe? Nope, they're not over here either. So it looks like we're going to filbert brushes even sooner. That's okay. Because, yeah, I can't find the other, the green stuff world brushes and such. We'll just do this now. Now, this is not going to really have a whole bunch of the floral green. It's really mostly phthalo green and the not radiant green. Now, thanks. We'll check that out in a second there. So there you go. There's the APC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. And it looks like Swampton is ahead of Barton in the standings right there. So there is the Wampelville Sports Network. Now, we don't have a miniature sitting on there, so I can actually do this. So we're going to have to incorporate this recoil. We're going to have to make an actual football team here. The University of Swampton recoil. This is now was this in GPT or was this in? Actually, you know what? Recoil Copilot's been doing better with logos than GPT. Actually, GPT has not been doing very well. I haven't exactly been impressed by the logos GPT is making. So yeah, I'm curious, did you do that one in GPT or in Copilot? There we go. So see, that's a much more of a bluish green. Look at that. So this should make for some interesting film noirs, Grand Oracle. So yeah, recoil. I think I should just stick with Copilot for the logos because it actually does better. Because the Wampelville Sports Network logo, I was not super thrilled by it. Even after maybe 2 or even 3 permutations, I was kind of like, eh. That's what you got. So thanks for making that recoil. We'll. So the University of Swampton. That's a new thing there. Hey there, Mom. How you doing? Everybody, please say hello to Recoil's mom. So, Mom, I hope that you're. Well, it's a Sunday there now. I hope that your Sunday has been glorious so far. Camden, all of this was brushed on. All of the primer here, yeah, this was all just brushed on. Basically, it was during Michigan, New Mexico. Oh, it was during the other top 10 game, LSU versus Clemson. So get this recoil. It was Clemson Tigers versus LSU Tigers, and both of their stadiums are referred to as Death Valley. So I thought you would get a little bit of a kick out of that recoil. So this is the Radiant, not Radiant. This is the Paul Rubens, not Radiant Green, mixed with Phthalo Green right now. Before that, we had the Chromium Oxide Alkyd Green mixed with the fluorescent green. Then we had the actually that whatever this thing is. I think it's almost like the camo green, right, Camden? It was this mixed with the yellow tree green. There you go. Yeah, that was mixed with the yellow. 1 second here. There we go. You get a little bit of this cooler green over here. So great to see you there, Mom. So Rico, I think we're just going to be doing some eggs tonight after the stream. I think that is our post-stream vittles right there. I staked up the tomato plants with those new stakes that are, boy, those fiberglass things were really nice because, I mean, again, you could make them like 8 feet tall if you really wanted to. That's probably not the best thing to do, but you could do that if you wanted. Again, we're just putting a couple of different colors. This is still just like a middle tone here. At most, this is a middle tone. This is not light by any stretch of the imagination. Nice to see you again, Mikey. So it's Paul Rubens plus these right here. So we're using tons of the Griffin Alkyds here too. So it's a combination of those two. There's going to be, well, I'll try on Sunday to film a video with some of the alkyds, just trying to compare those to the regular paints. In the case of some, maybe, where, okay, the regular version might have some staining power. We'll kind of show how the alkyds, for whatever reason, kind of, well, lose that staining power. Rico, Rico, that sounds really good. Actually, geez, Rico, we gotta start putting our heads together for tomato sauces. Because, well, there could be tons and tons of tomato. Actually, Rico, I gotta start getting more of those, more of the frozen raviolis or something like that. Because, let's just put it this way: there's gonna be a lot of tomato sauce this winter. Now I gotta start buying the jars. Yep, gotta start buying those jars. So again, this is kind of where we're headed here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, this is why, and we did test it. Remember I was telling you with Armored Wolf and the Alaska Crew, we were able to test that at the Adepticon meeting, that for folks that are brand new to oils, they are definitely every bit as forgiving as we thought they would be. So Valfira, there is a, see, look at this. We got that graphic over there. There's some other new stuff. Valfira, that was fantastic. That was almost, Valfira, that was almost Vanderbilt-esque. Now, when did you think you'd ever see, like, Seminole fans running onto the field for a win against Alabama? Now, they would certainly be raucous, but I don't think they would be storming the field in the glory days, right? Right, Velfira? I don't think so. Let's see. Now, Camden, I guess that'll be interesting to see what happens in the winter time. I don't know if I've ever really. I don't know, I was definitely using them in the winter time, right? So check this out. There it is, Velfair. Look at that. And check now. Here's something else here. Look at this, Velfair. See Swampton over there, kind of on the top of the standings of the APCC right there, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. Recoil just created this right there. So that's Swampton right there. That's our new favorite college team. So yeah, Velfera, by tomorrow, by tomorrow night, 4 of the top 10 teams are going to be losers. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean all 4 of those teams will be either out of the top 10 or out of even the top 20. Because Texas is not going to have that big of a decline. They might still be in the top 10 because that was a road loss against the number 3 team. They're for whatever reason they were all talking about Penn State. They were going to jump to number 1. Now we're starting to get some lighter stuff. So see, Grand Oracle, this is where the filbert brushes do a much better job. Is on this kind of a thing here. So Mom, I hope that things have been reasonably okay the last 3-4 weeks ish or so. Again, we're also going to be hitting this with more of our lead. Then we're going to do some of the Perline black, maybe some Payne's gray mixes in there. So Sea Dragon, that ejection right there, that was not. I've seen a lot of targeting Sea Dragon. That to me was not targeting. And that was a big deal because that's going to impact the next game. Wasn't going to be a big deal in this game, but the next one, that is going to be a big deal. So that was tricky right there. I'm not super sold on that call, I'll tell you that. Oh, by the way, this still is not our lightest light here. There we go. Yeah, I think at this point in the season, Velfera, it basically 2 just becomes 1. Because I'm pretty sure Penn State was 2, right? Now, of course, Ohio State is not exactly going to be playing. You know, they're not exactly going to be playing, say, I don't know, Penn State or even Illinois. So Sea Dragon, that's the Wampelville Sports Network that we've been talking about. That's actually a chat point reward there. And of course, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference is featured on the Wampelville Sports Network, of course. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open, even during games. So if you've got a uniform, you can switch sidelines during the game. because the most sacred time of year is now underway. It's like every single holiday rolled into one times 10. More of our, again, that's the light bluish green there. Hit it again here. So I think this was midway through the third quarter. There was a strip sack, and they called the player. It was a Michigan star linebacker. They called him for targeting, even though he was just trying to wrap up and make a tackle. Well, of course, he's probably a good 6 to 7 inches taller than the quarterback. So because he extended his arms and his head, he ended up making contact with the head. There was no intent there. Targeting is supposed to be about intent, but they seem to dismiss that. So great to see you there, Landrast. Okay, I'm glad that the Schmeesh Marines are working out there for you, Landrast. I think, don't we have Ookla and Utah tonight, or is that tomorrow? No, that's tonight, right? Ookla and Utah are playing. I think that's that must be one of the games tonight. It can't be tomorrow. Throw a little more over here. No, that was not looking so good for a while there for A&M. And well, Tennessee managed to survive in the Carrier Dome. I'm not sure if they still call it that, but that's what they used to call it. Do I have one? Yeah, one more here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we're working on 10 figures here. It's not even a half an hour. So I think Horns fan is probably an early morning right now, Velfair, I would think. I don't think he was quite ready to storm the field, so to speak. Now we got a whole bunch of paint piled into this. We got to get rid of some of this here. Holy smokies, there's a lot of paint piled in there. Now we're going to take one of the not radiant green. That's one of that, like the yellow green or whatever. Then the Paul Rubens floral green. Just trying to get some of that out of the brush. Yeah, fine. We'll put some of that over here. So again, what we're trying to do here is find ourselves a different temperatures / colors of our greens here. Yeah, so Smoo was able to survive that very challenging game, right, Velfera? Now, of course, I guess now let's see. What would it be? The Swampton Gators? No, it can't be the Gators. Swampton Crocs. There you go. How's about that recoil? The Swampton Crocs. Now, well, Rindlord, what kind of a camo would you do? Would it be digital camo? Would it be oak leaf camo, P-dot camo, ambush camo? Would be interesting to see oak leaf camo, right? Right, Landrust, on something like a BattleTech fig. So Swampton Crocs it is. Well, they have a special marketing deal there, Valfera. That's a special marketing deal that Swampton has to sell those shoes or whatever those are. I've never actually seen somebody wear those in person, I don't think. So yeah, we'll have to. Oh, hey, so we're gonna have to make a team mascot. Recoil. So remind me to make a team mascot. The guy with the big foam head. So yeah, we'll make a team mascot for the Swampton Crocs. Now I'm starting to wonder, Recoil, if I can make actually Recoil. Oh, get this. Uh, Eldritch Foundry. Some of the you can actually make football players. Remember how I was having such a hard time finding STL files of just like football players and baseball players and stuff? Yeah, it looks like Eldritch Foundry actually has. Like, I saw football helmets, I saw shoulder pads. You know what that means, right, Recoil? You see where I'm going with this. One of these days, we're going to be painting the Swampton Crocs on stream because that's got to happen for college football. Maybe like rivalry week. So what was the other team? Sorry, I got to see what the other heck. What was the other team there? Barton. Okay, so Swampton and Barton. So those are going to be like fierce rivals. It's going to be like so Valfera. It's going to be like Tech and what's the? Is it State and Tech? Right, Valfera? I think it's and I guess they did the first episode of Fansville today. So that's going to be it. So and again, what is it? Swampton? Yeah, Swampton and Barton. Those are going to be fierce conference rivals. Recoil. And of course, Swampton is located in England for some reason, and Barton is located near Perth. So that's a regional rivalry right there, right? Yeah, an English countryside team versus a team from Perth. They're practically neighbors. At least in the APCC they are, right, Valfera? How you doing there, Sector X? Great to see you again. So yeah, there's actually there are football players now. We'll be able to do that. I think that's going to be super fun. Glad that you're doing okay there, Sector X. I don't know. Hopefully that kind of tough run there that's we're a little bit past that now. I know that things were not exactly the easiest there for a while. Again, look at that. See, that's got a little bit more of the yellow in it. It's also a bit lighter. Now we are working on 10 of these guys here. Oh, and by the way, we're 34 minutes in. 10 of these guys, 34 minutes. We haven't done any of our rusty stuff yet. I'm going to start hitting these with, say, some of our Perline Black, maybe even Payne's Gray. That's Williamsburg. Actually, that is that's not an Alkyd there. That's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. And again, these figures here, these are 3D printed from Papal 3D. tons of of fantastic Lord of the Rings themed figures, and I do mean a ton of them. I do actually have basically a Galadrim chariot. Now they don't have that in the game. It's just something that he made, and I did print that out because I want that for my Army Showcase vid. Back over here to the really light green now mixed with some of the white. And now this really has to be just kind of dusted on here. See that? We're kind of creating a little shaft of light there. Not too much. Let's not go bonkers with this. Let's do this over here. Now, Renlord, did those go on basically octagon-shaped bases or something like that? Or hexagon shit, whatever? Those BattleTech figs? I wonder if Recoil has created a fuzzy mascot here. Well, let's see what Recoil did here. Where's we? 1 second. Fine. Here, let me do this. Because that wasn't how that was supposed to go. There we go. Oh. There's a new Wampelville. Did it misspell it this time? Actually, Recoil went back and forth between misspelling it and not misspelling it. So there we go. There's the Swampton Crocs right there. There's your team mascot. So thanks Recoil. Now Recoil, I think I could even. Oh geez, I don't know if I could make something exactly like that with Eldritch Foundry, but I think I might even. I think there are some creatures. I don't know if I can distort the proportions enough, Recoil, but I'll certainly give it a try. Speaking of distorting things, again, should the autocorrect monster unjustly distort one of your posts, you can take action against the autocorrect monster and expose him. Look at that. Exposing him to the light of day. So now, Landress, did you have your, you didn't have your iPad up by your face, did you there? Because that was rather sudden. Hopefully that wasn't another scary moment there with the autocorrect monster jumping on your face or whatever. So this is going to be great, Rico. We actually have ourselves two teams, just like the Fansville. Valfira, it's kind of funny. I was just about to ask. So what is Barton? Let me see now. Let's see. Well, I'm trying to. Okay, I have Baylor Bears. I'm trying to think of just not a prominent college team or college name. For some reason, the Barton Barstools just popped into my head, but the Barton Barkeeps. There you go. Oh, there you are. Recoil the Barkeeps. Oh no! Wait a minute. The Barton Barristers. Yes, the Barton Barristers. Because we already have barristers. So Valfera, instead of like the Chief Osceola, riding around on the field, it would be one of our mounted barristers, Valfera. It's either that or the Barton Baristas, but I think we're going to go with the Barristers because a wig, that'll be their logo. That's going to be their logo, is one of those judges' wigs. I don't think I have the picture anymore here, do I? Oh, wait, I do. Yeah, so they'll have those wigs or something like that, and that the guy on the horse, that's what he's going to do. He's going to be charging onto the field or something like that. So that'll be their the scales of justice. That'll be their logo there. It'll be like the old Patriots logo. That's it. So I got to think of so Valfera, send me a reminder to make a Barton Barristers logo and kind of have it be a little bit like say, either the old New England Patriots logo or something like that. Because we want it to be something that's already on the channel, right, Valfera? So yes, it's going to be the Barton Barristers versus the Swampton Crocs. Fierce, bitter rivals. They're not actually on the same planet, but nevertheless, they're fierce regional rivals. I'm not sure how that works. Oh, this is just getting better by the minute, right, Valfera? So thanks for doing the logo and the mascot there, Recoil. I think I gave you your autocorrect monster, right? Sure, we'll lighten you up, you too. Whatevs. So yeah, we're working on. You can see, look at that whole line of these holders here. Thanks, Valfera. Something like this now. Little more of our light up there. Now, so Rindler, it'd be kind of interesting to see BattleTech miniatures with the interesting base, either like a snow base, like a icy river, something like that, or lots of foliage. I'm gonna take. Let me see what happens with this. That is our floral green. Whoops, that's a little too much of the white there. So more floral green, more floral green. What's going to happen here? There we go, even more. I think, well, let's see. I've got a couple of more sitting over here. Actually, I think there's 4 more sitting over on the other table. But let's see. I know our record is 15. Yeah, 15 to the Goblins. Now, of course, that was a 12-hour stream, so that I can tell you right now, this ain't gonna be 12 hours. Do this. Actually, I have a whole bunch of dwarves that I printed out, and I might we might be trying to hit those real quick because, well, guess what? I think we can do something like this. We might be able to do a good 10, 12 of those in a stream. Now, they're not going to be, they won't have quite the rusty stuff, say, as their Army of the Dead here. Oh, yeah, so Grand Oracle, the plan for that video I was talking about is to basically take alkyds of various types and just kind of compare them to the closest regular paint. So, okay, radiance versus not radiance. So, the the Gamut ones, because we've never done a direct comparison, I don't think, right, Camda? The only color charts we have done with said Paul Rubens is just with Paul Rubens, right? Yeah, Camda. We haven't done any kind of mixing of those. So Velfira, I've gotten very few messages from Armored Wolf. That kind of happens with conventions. Actually, Renlor Renlor might know. So Renlor, hopefully, I just keep sending messages. Hopefully, everything is selling like crazy. But maybe you know a bit more about that. So basically, Camda, the only Color Theory and Oils episodes with Paul Rubens are just with Paul Rubens, not any direct comparisons. So this should be interesting then, because we haven't actually done that yet. Somehow I thought I did, but I don't think I have. So again, this is happening really quick here. But next up, we are going to be doing some glaze things. Nothing crazy. Nothing super crazy. Now again, these bases are much simpler than the bases that I made for my other Army of the Dead, because I could just print these things out. I actually have a ton of GW Army of the Dead from the box set when they redid the game, so to speak. The last time, which was what, 5 minutes ago? Unfortunately, Renlor, I sort of know who that is, but I've never seen Game of Thrones and never read the Song of Ice and Fire books. So I believe he's with Night's Watch, right, Renlor? So Sea Dragon Camda, whatchamacallit, Camda, Dragon Con is actually going on right now. That's where Armored Wolf is. He is at Dragon Con in Hotlanta. Sergeant Schultz. That's it, Renler. Right, Valfera? Yes, I know nothing. I see nothing. That is Sergeant Schultz right there. So Sea Dragon, there's a bunch of conventions going on this weekend. You got ReaperCon, you've got Nova, you've got Dragon Con, and there might be something else. Sea Dragon. Valendar, I don't think you're at ReaperCon, right, Valendar? Everybody say hello to Valendar the Red. How you doing there, Valendar? Now this is super bluish. This is basically just phthalo green comboed with the white. That's all this is here. So Valendar, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I think you got stuff you can, right? There's no cone of silence or anything like that on them like there was before. So yeah, Sea Dragon, you got in Texas, you got ReaperCon going on right now. In DC, you've got Nova Open. And I think very soon Sea Dragon is going to be, what's the LVO? Yeah, that's going to be, I think. And then, of course, Ursa is up there in Alaska. Those are just the ones I know about Sea Dragon. Sea Dragon, I was there one time. 1997, I think it was. Yeah, that's the last time that I was at Dragon Con, I believe, or 98, something like that. So now, Cam, overall, how did you feel about the Balrog that you did? I mean, I think you were pretty happy with that, right? I think so. So it was probably even then, Valendar was much bigger than the one that I went to, and now it's well gigant. It's ginormous now. It's super huge now. Recoil. I've tried to do more stuff with Suno. It's been spotty results. But believe it or not, I actually ended up using all of my free iterations yesterday, I think. So just as I was kind of getting a little bit of a groove with Suno there, I had to stop using it because I ran out of my creds there. Let me sneak some of that down in there. There we go. Still, it's funny. I'm going to go from using absolutely no thinner whatsoever to potentially now using a bunch more. I mean, it's not going to be insane amounts, but and again, hello to everybody on this glorious. We're still going to call it a college football Saturday because as long as teams are still playing, it's a college football Saturday. So Sun Devils playing that fearsome rival Northern Arizona. Yeah, that's it's a rivalry for the century, right, Valfera? Yeah, well, Recoil. I'm sure. One of these days we'll try to get the paid for. Just 1 month of the paid version. Oh, that's it, Recoil. Huh. There you go. 1 month of the paid version. Have all kinds of stuff ready to go. Right, all kinds of. You use the free version to get a lot of the lyrics and everything, and then when I'm ready, take the lyrics, put them in there, and then do a whole bunch with the paid stuff. Right. Hey there, Arta Michael. Great to see you. So Canva, this is just adding on to it. But I needed to go. I needed to have again. This is about 16 more figures here. It's again. It's for not so much for playing it, Camda. It is for doing the not the tutorial, the showcase videos. So Camda. Now I wish I could just go back and look at them, but they're all gone, right? So they're not going to be on this channel. But I actually sculpted a bunch of Army of the Dead. I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have any pictures of those. No. But I actually sculpted some. Rogaine Lightning. Remember that, Valfera? I think Landress remembers Rogaine Lightning. So yeah, Cam, I actually sculpted a bunch of horsies. I took some kind of plastic. Oh gosh, I don't remember what the company's name was, but I took a bunch of different plastic figures from. Oh gosh, what the heck was it called? Not Heroes Foundry or something. I don't know, something like that. But they were plastic figures. They were historicals. And then I took Army of the Dead figures, chopped them off at the waist. Now we're just doing this. This is Perline Black here. Yeah, chopped them off at the waist, and then we sculpted some more. So Camda, he was basically he had no mane because he was skeletal horsey. So that's why we called him Rogaine Lightning, and he was addicted to performance enhancing Camda. That's why he ended up being a dead horse because of his addiction to performance enhancing drugs. Valendor, that's yes indeed. because it all kinds of, well, the lightning effect, right? How do you get those sharp corners and edges? It usually doesn't work. It usually ends up looking kind of funky. Now recoil, I don't know what you get for free on EF there. We'll just call it EF. I don't know what you get for free. I mean, there's got to be something. So okay, we're just gonna start doing some glazy stuff now. Just some glazy things here. Alright, Michael, if there's anything that you wants to share in the chat, please go ahead. And we're trying to just drop in a little bit dark in some places. Valendar and the smoke stuff kind of ends up looking a little bit weird too. Well, most people's fire and smoke are almost indistinguishable from each other. I mean, it's basically just how you paint it. So, hey, Renlor, right? Like how we painted the Cheetos. That's the other thing they end up looking like, right, Renlor? Is they end up looking like Cheetos. Recoil, they have helmets, right? They've got, and I'm sure they got poses that definitely look somewhat. I mean, it's not going to exactly be like a lineman's 3-point stance or something like that, but I'm pretty sure they've got some poses that at least have some action to them that are serviceable. Now here, little difference there. I'm letting that actually mix there. See, I'm not doing it like a pin line wash there. I'm actually letting that mix because more fun that way. You know, I'm going to move this over here. Break this down some more. And by the way, we're only just in hour 1. Yes, indeed. This is only hour 1. Yeah, let's do this. Sure, let's do this over here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Michael just shared. So hopefully was that 200 terrain pieces there, Michael? Hopefully those are going well. And Camda, thank you. You shared your stuff too. Recoil, again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Recoil, I guess, geez, you're going to have to start sharing some of your tunes there, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, I'm starting to think you need to have like an Instagram thing just for your songs. I don't know. I mean, that would make for an interesting Instagram, wouldn't it, Recoil? Yeah, just for I'm sure there's got to be people that have Instagrams for things like that. Everybody check out the 2 Instagram links. The one that Cam just shared, the one that Michael shared. Actually give both of them follows because what Cam did, maybe say in the next week or so, you might try to do a little test stream or something like that. And again, Valendar, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I wasn't sure if you've got yourself any other conventions between, say, now and, well, Adepticon next year. For me, no conventions till Adepticon next year. Look at this, we're doing some blending down there. Renlor, I guess, well, actually, Renlor, maybe some Google searches or Instagram searches just to, so you don't end up getting disappointed where the first 10 names you come up with somebody else is already using. So maybe, yeah, something like that again, just so that you can kind of be spared the whole, well, gee whiz, okay, these are like 20 names here and they're all taken up already. And you spent all that time coming up with them only to find out they're already there. That might be useful. Well, Valandera, that's why I'm stuck with Bapelius, because 2002, I think, is when I started using that. Yeah, 2002 on eBay. And I am now stuck with that for all time. That's fantastic there, Camda. That's great. And of course, I know we were joking about the 72-hour stream, just as a little light stream to get started. But the one thing I always wished, Camda, is that you could at least just like have stream to yourself or something, right? So you didn't have to like be streaming live in public, and everybody's looking at that, going, "Oh, look at that! This doesn't work. That doesn't work." Now that's actually kind of a greenish brown there on the spear. I'm going to do that on all of the spear handles and such. That wasn't what I was thinking about doing, but that's what we're doing now. You know what? I'm going to get me some of that VDB over here. Some of this Van Dyke brown, maybe. Let's see. So, well, looks like Arizona State is going to pull out a nail biter against Northern Arizona. Since they're up by 18 and there's 20 seconds left, I think somehow they'll manage to pull it out. That's for sure, Cam. To definitely just as simple as possible, right? Gonna stick with some of that brownish color there. I don't think I did get the green over there. Nope. It's almost just some wood color in there too, mixed with it. Look at it. See how that kind of semi blends there. As we now cross the 1 hour mark here. And again, we're working on 10 figures. Possibly more. And the whole idea here is I just want to expand the Army of the Dead here just for photography purposes. That's all these are for. I mean, I could use some more. It's just, well, because, well, I was going to say when we would play games, they would be larger games. It's going to be me playing the games, and they could be of larger point sizes. Now, here's hoping that all goes very well there, Valfera. All Again, we're just going to get some of our not green on the spear and some of the other stuffs there. Now that was with mostly the Perline black. That's their dark green. Now I'm going to grab me, and you know what? They're all kind of, there's a bunch of stuff in the way of them here. I'm going to see if I can't throw some phthalo green in here. Break some of that down. A little more phthalo green here. Oh, look at that. You can see just how translucent that stuff is, too. All right, I need a little bit of this here. Okay, that should work now. Ah, there we go. See that's the intensity of that green. But not everywhere. And just a few spots here. That's it. Just a few spots. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Oh, geez, Recoil. After the stream, I'm going to be taking the first of the Eldritch Foundry figures off of the build plate. So I remember I printed out a Wapelius bust, a Wapelius Spellbrush bust, and then I printed out another Wapelius Spellbrush, well, like a 54 mil figure. So hopefully those worked out, Recoil, and I'll be able to send you a picture of those tonight. Well, this morning. Practically Monday morning for you there, Recoil. So thanks for doing that. Now the thing that I've got to figure out is, so we want to do those tutorial videos, right, on the EF stuff. I've got to figure out how to kind of do that video capture in XSplit. So I'm going to be doing some Googling on that. Because I need to be able to do a little bit of video capture in XSplit so that I can actually do those tutorials. Because the usual way, just with the still pictures, that is not going to work with the Eldritch Foundry stuff. Nope, not a chance. So the next thing we will probably do is maybe do some of our rusty stuff. And we would focus really more on the metals with the rusty stuff. See that was just too dark in the shadow area there. We actually let that mix, and then it lightened it up. So XSplit is what I use to do all of the recording. It also allows me to do pre-editing. So when you see me on the, what the heck is that? The Council of Miniature Painters. Yes, that's what I do so that I can show scenes and that other stuff. So again, like I see how that's all mixing together right there. Now, of course, should the autocorrect monster, like we always say, unjustly modify your post, you can take revenge. You can expose the autocorrect monster now to the light of day. Should he alter your post unjustly? Now, again, we're doing more of that mixing here because the glazes that the dry brush stuff that we did, yeah, that's a dry brush, but the paint is not dry. It is very much wet. Very, very much so. we still have some of our phthalo. Right, and so that's again just a little glaze over the top. Phthalo green, super translucent color. And then here we let it actually mix with some of our opaque, lighter color. Doing that again over here. Now, Valendar, it's just because we have a chat point reward for such things. I just want people to be aware that, again, should the autocorrect monster unjustly alter your post, which happens a lot, you can take revenge on him. Oh, here, let me get some of his. Again, that's a little bit of not green there. And of course, you can always just blame it on autocorrect. I mean, it's a little bit like blaming certain gastric mishaps on, say, the dog or something like that. Let's do some of our green over here again. Not everywhere. Move you back over there. So again, we're working on, right now, I believe there's 10 of them out here on the table. 2, 4, 4, 6, 8. Yep, there are 10 of them. There are, I believe, 6 more of them. Who knows? You might see some of the other, maybe at least 2 other ones or something while we're doing this. So that way people can kind of see the starting process again. Let me see, Ren. I want to make sure we've got a couple here that. Oh, this will do it. Yeah, this could do it right here. So you see, we have kind of a kaleidoscope of warmer greens, cooler greens, right? When we take away all of that, we're just left with value. That's it. No warm greens, no cool greens, and they actually got a little. They got kind of lighter there too. Rocket, how you doing there? Great to see you, Rocket. It was a glorious college football Saturday to begin the year because, of course. Here, let me get. We're gonna do another little bit of film noir in a sec. There, look at it. See, it's even more of a cooler green there. And then again, one more here. Let me hit this. And then we're going to grab one of our spacescapes, I think. Yeah, let's grab a spacescape. There was a couple of those that really, really, really did dramatically demonstrate that. I think this is one of them right here. Yep. So again, we've got all of the cooler, less saturated violets, right? Then we have the much warmer, much more intense oranges. Well, until we do this, and now it's basically just value contrast and edge contrast. Edges sharp, sharp, soft. Value and edge contrast. But when we bring back our color, we start to see the difference between, again, the less saturated versus more saturated, the warmer versus the cooler, so on, so forth. So yep, Rocket, by the end of tomorrow, we're going to have at least 4 of the top 10 teams go down, and Bama is one of them. So Rocket, the guy that terrorized the Boston College quarterback, the Castellanos, terrorized Florida State for like the last 2 years. He is now the star quarterback of Florida State. Go figure. Go figure. Holy smokies. Now we are going to smaller one here. Not that one. This will work. this will work. So now we will do some darker rusty stuff here. Let's start to think about that. Again, this is much darker rusty stuff here. I'm even going to throw a little bit of that in there, some of the coal black. And it's funny because Bama got off to a 7-zip lead. Next thing you knew, the Florida State scored the next 17. That was a most unanticipated result, I'm sure. And we're just getting some of that brown in there now. A little bit over here on the cloak. Yeah, Rocket. I don't know. I don't think they tore down the goalposts, but it had to be Rocket in Tallahassee there. Yeah, between whatchamacallit last year, Vanderbilt last year, and now Florida State this year. It's the non-Saban era is not off to a great start. Now, of course, Ryan Day in Ohio State, he was looking pretty. He was looking a little peaked there too until he won a natty last year, right, Inganes?
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Inganes. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Of course, Inganes, why don't you share some fabulous stuff in that chat? And of course, here we don't just cover college football; we cover all football, like Aussie rules football. And yes, well, it's playoff time now in Aussie rules. Sadly, your Footscray Western Bulldogs are not part of that. They lost too many games they should have won. Rocket, I think, well, right now, well, last I checked, it was on Amazon, it was 71 bucks or something like that, which is definitely 63 is the cheapest I've ever seen. Of course, I was at Adepticon at the time. But 71 is real close to the cheapest price that I've seen for said Paul Rubens. Actually, Valendar was I think it was the last stream or the stream before. For whatever reason, for like a solid week on Instagram, remember the hockey game that has, I think it's the 6 levers, and you can control, your 2 forwards, your 2 defensemen. You can control the goalie. No, never mind. So 5 levers. Yeah, that sounds it. That is it. $71.99 on Amazon right now. Now that does not include the fluorescence, but that's still what 50. Is that 50? Now, oh, that's 38 colors for basically 72 bucks. Well, with tax, well, depending on where you live. If here, it'd be $285 with tax for 1 tube of paint. So Rocket, we're using one of them right now. I don't know have you seen the Patreon video there? Well, we did 3, Rocket. We did 3 Patreon videos. Actually, I'm about to do another one this Sunday. Yeah, we're going to be doing a color theory and oils, basically a comparison style vid of alkyds versus non-alkyds. Yep, we got the floral green out on the palette right now. Oh, and on the what was the video that we did? It was a series. Oh, the not crystal brush, the resin beast. Yes, the Road to Resin Beast series. We were using Only the fluoros from Paul Rubin. Look at that. Look at that. So we got our darker, rusty type stuff going on there now. So everybody check out the Amazon links that that Cam just shared of the Paul Rubens. So Rocket, all fluorescent colors are super translucent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fluorescent. So yep, that is the key element of the fluoros, because the light has to pass through very efficiently and pass back out again. If it can't do that, it is not going to be it's definitely not going to be a fluoro color. The nice thing is, Rocket, that well, obviously they're going to dry faster, but because they also set faster, it means it's a little bit easier to get back into them again in a shorter time frame. Otherwise, you just kind of have to wait and wait and wait and wait. You don't have to do that so much with the Paul Rubens Alkids. Now again, they're going to be slower drying than some of the other colors because, well, they're fluoros, which means again there's going to be things that take longer to dry. Now, what's interesting, Rocket, is they set up on your palette, right, Camda? Wasn't that like the first thing that I noticed? Is that they set up on your palette really, really, really fast. Even faster than some of the other colors. So again, this is not our lightest rust color or whatever. It's just, we're just doing some generic weathering type stuff here. Not necessarily meant to be rust exactly. I think I have. Here we go. There we go. So we've actually, this was the first stuff I used. If you see some of the older videos there, Rocket, this is the fluoro paint that I'm using. Yeah, I think you could definitely kind of put that little bit of a nameplate on them, right, Camden? So recoil, I'll try to get the a bunch of football players going in the, because I'll try to make some myself with EF, and we're gonna practice that, see how it works. So yeah, I was wondering if that was the one that you had there, Rocket. Yeah, I had the yellow, the blue, the green. I think we also had the magenta. Oh, we had the orange. That's right, we had the orange too. Just like I've been using those acrylic spray cans, right, on all of the terrain stuff. And then what we'll be using the dirty down. I'd really like to be able to use it on these guys, but we need them for photography too soon. Let me darken it down a bit more again with that fabulous coal black, right, Camda? Fine. We'll get some more of our rust, or again, our darker weathering stuff. And some of this is going to need some lighter stuff too. Fine, we'll hit the hair again, maybe. We'll do that now. A little bit up there. You know what? I'm going to get a little bit more of the dirty stuff there. So again, I just used the printed bases from Papal 3D. I didn't want to be making more bases like I did for, again, these are some of the Highland miniatures, Army of the Dead. Either that or Kurzlook. I just realized it could actually be Kurzlook and not Highland miniatures, because we did both. So we're gonna get every, and even within the same brands, things like the floral blue and floral violet, they're not going to be the same. They're not going to act the same as, say, orange, magenta, and green. Those tend to be your three brightest, most intense fluorescents. The other ones tend to be much more toned down, to say the least. Now, but let me, I'm going to take a little time away from the rusty stuff here. We are going to take, oh, look at this. I want to see what happens with this. So we're going to take the oxide, the chromium oxide green here, which is sort of a mid-range. Let me do a couple little glazy things with that. Ah, look at that. So see, now our that dark was just too dark. This does a couple of things. It's blending. Right, so that's not as harsh of a transition right there. So they're almost it's almost like it's manganese blue hue there, Rocket. It's pretty darn close. Now I have looked at the pigment numbers. Obviously, this is basically phthalo blue right here, but emphasizing more of the metal portion of it. So look at that. See, it's actually lighter there. It's darker in some areas, but in others, it's actually lighter than the color that is there. So we get kind of a dual effect. And remember, this, speaking of opaque, this is hyper opaque. This is it's the Terra Rosa of greens, as we are going to call it. See that a warmer green now on the on Harold's banner, because we have Harold and the Heralds. Now there's well, now the Illinois Duke game, that could be a trap game for Illinois next week. Actually, Oregon at Oregon State, that's not necessarily a gimme. That's an old rival. Well, Oklahoma State, sorry, there. That's going to be interesting. Especially if it's in, well, I think it's going to be on the road. If it's in Oregon, then that's a little different story there. Yeah, there's not a whole bunch of, well, the Michigan-Oklahoma game, unfortunately, that one now is going to be a little bit compromised, again, based on that, I think, ill-advised ejection that happened in the second half. So what this here is doing, especially again where we have maybe some really grainy stuff from all of our dry brush, now it's kind of it's neutralizing that a bit. In Gunny's, I liked my own homemade stuff. I mean, in fact, in Gunny's, I would pound for pound, I would just for that, whatever, I would probably prefer my own fluorescence, the one I made myself. Since there's not that much expense involved in it in Ghani's, maybe that's a dual experiment to conduct. Making your own plus having the Paul Rubens. There, do some more. This is like, or interference color, same way. I mean, you can try to get the Williamsburg tubes of interference paint, or you can just get the pigments and the pigment powders and the linseed oil and have at it. And we'll do this here down there. Again, that's gonna, it actually lightens that up just slightly. So that's why we use the Alkyd paints there, Rocket, because they're not just not glossy, they are actually more matte. And again, if you've ever watched the videos, let's see, oh, these are not the right ones here. Are these the, there we go, yeah. So all of the Paul Rubens are non-shiny. That's the one interesting thing about them, is that they are ultra matte. Whether it's the fluoros, whether it's the regular ones, whether it's whatever. So I've got 3 different videos on the Patreon page showing. One of them features the fluorescence. So yeah, Inganis, I myself prefer the control over just being able to make my own, really. So yeah, Rocket, the only time you're going to have the Alkyd gloss is when you add the medium, and that is, well, here we go, look at this. Okay. Let me grab it like so. Okay. Technically, this entire thing was painted with Alkyds. All of these areas were painted with regular Alkyds. This area here was painted with the Alkyd medium, and that we did that on purpose because I wanted the shine. And again, this is all dry, so I wanted the shine here, and I knew that the Alkyd medium is going to give me that. Holy smokes, did it ever give me the gloss? Look at that. That's crazy. And of course, here that's compared to, this is what we painted on the stream last night. A little different version of that. Little different version. Let me try this. Oh, again, this is the super opaque oxide green, chromium oxide green. That is another one of our Alkyds here, which is now hiding. There it is. That's the oxide of chromium. No, I want that to be the phthalo there. Let's not get too much of this warm green all the way down in there. Camda, it was, I knew it was going to be shiny, but holy shit, it's just like, well, it's like a film noir, right? Camda, you know that it's going to have a big impact, but just seeing it is like, wow. Or crikey, as they might say. Especially with surface tension here in the house. Surface tension, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? So surface tension, we have a whole bunch of new graphics to send you. Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, there's also a new chat point reward. Yeah, there's a new chat point reward sitting out there. So we did our usual holy smokies, right, Camda? That's one of our isms here. Everybody check out that Mastodon link there. That surface tension posted. So yep, surface tension. We now have the APCC has a bitter sports rivalry now. Yes, between, was it the Barton Barristers and the Swampton Crocs? Yeah, 2 universities. Let me get some of that opaque green down in there. Sure, whatever's. What's funny is it's a glaze of opaque green. Yes, you don't. Glazes ain't just for translucent colors. So yeah, surface tension. There's a new chat point reward for the Wapoville Sports Network, and it's back up on screen because today was a glorious college football Saturday. It had everything that you could possibly want. Massive upsets, controversies, all the fantastic stuff that we love. And just a couple of accidental things that were created in making the graphics have now we're actually surface tension. We now actually have sports teams, and we have been making STL files. Recoil's been making STL files while the stream is going here. I'm going to be making some after the stream, and you will be seeing the Swampton and Barton football teams being painted here on stream. It's going to be. We even have mascots. Yes, we have the big fuzzy mascots too. So again, see how we used that? We glazed opaque on there because the opaque would be dark over the light areas, but it would also be light over the really dark areas, like back in here. So surface tension, yeah, just to check out the chat point. I'm sure you got some channel points from all the bitses and stuff like that. Then you'll be able to see the Wampelville Sports Network, and then of course surface tension has been hard at work here. There's your Swampton Crocs. There's the mascot there, and there's the logo right there. Again, after the stream, I'm going to make a Barton Barristers logo. That's going to be based on our mounted baristas, right? Can't take in. This is very much a warm green as well. Right here. So again, see that's super dark down there. We don't want that quite so dark. Oh, looky there. Look at that. Now that's again, we haven't added any white to it or anything. Nothing lighter. Just using it essentially straight from the tube. Now I think all of our rusty stuff here, we can maybe try to get some of our lighter rust colors in some of these. So here we go. Welcome to the Wampelville Sports Network. And there you go. See, there's the APCC, and Swampton and Barton are apparently the two top teams in the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference right there. So that is the Wampelville Sports Network. It's a lovely set, right? Surface tension. That is a fantastic television set right there. Many thousands of dollars were spent to create that. I'm sure. Television sets don't come cheap, right? Now, this is, again, much lighter rust right here. That will go not everywhere. This should show up in a film noir pretty well, too. Camden, it was kind of funny because obviously on a day like today, you see sets like that over and over and over again. So I kind of had something specific in mind, and was able to come reasonably close to that. Thanks, surface tension. We can always use a little bit of medicine right there. Thanks so much. Appreciate that, surface tension. Little touch of our rusty stuff there. more of our lighter rust here. And again, everybody please check out that Mastodon link. That surface tension posted. No, that is not. Oh, no. Now it's going to be thin enough. Oh, yeah, there you go. That changes that around a whole bunch. More of that up here. Down into those recesses there. And again, we're just kind of, we're sort of doing the same thing we did with, these are again either Kurzlick or Highland Miniatures. I think that one actually is a Kurzlick figure. I could be wrong, but I think that one's actually a Kurzlick. So a little bit more rusty stuff going on there. And then we'll come back with some lighter stuff. We're not even, we're 100 minutes in. We are 1 hour 40 minutes into this exercise here. And we're working on 10 different figures. Well, sorry, you won't be able to do that. Too much painting there, surface tension. But good luck with all of that, too, of course. I hope that works out exactly the way you would like it to, of course. Now, actually, surface tension, you didn't have one of those trips onto the continent this year, did you? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't remember you doing one of the trips to the continent this year. Did I get the... Okay, it was on that side. I don't want to necessarily do as much of the... Well, look at that. It actually went from the other side all the way to this side. So some of it snuck through there. Okay, well, there's... We just lost ourselves one of our weapons here somewhere. Don't know where that went. Okay, that's where it went. Let me see if we can do this right here. Yeah, I didn't think there was any this year. I thought that this was going to get nipped right here because that was sticking out. Let me see if we can. Well, we're just going to have to get some of our oil paint on our fingers here so that we can get this thing stuck on here. Just bear with me here while we try to get this thing stuck on there. That's not quite where we want it to be. Oh, there it is. So I just got to hold it here for a second here, and now we've got ourselves plenty of oil paint all over our fingers. How's about we put him somewhere else? Like that, so we don't snap that one off too. And now I got to find my brush again, which is over here. Let's try this again, minus the break-in stuff. So again, a little bit of our staining right there. I think there was Spain one year, right? Surface tension, I think, was that Greece another year, or was that, was it Turkey? All I know is it was very warm, I think, on one of those. That's why I think the Spain one was super warm. Yeah, see that? Just a little bit of the lighter rust color here. A little bit of glow, a little bit of corrosion. So yeah, surface tension, I'll try to send you some pictures of the new terrain pieces. Like the City of the Dead. And now I've got a whole bunch of Moria stuff printed out. And I've actually started painting that. I've actually got some paint now on the Harad stuff. Nice to see you back there, Epic Cheese. Or or fromage, yes. So it was turkey. Okay, I thought I was getting it mixed up with because I know all these people that for whatever reason they're all taking trips to Turkey. I mean, obviously, well, there's lots of Greek sites to see, Roman sites, which is ironic because it's like, well, yeah, you can go to Turkey to see Greek and Roman stuff. So yep, surface tension. I'll send you pictures of that. It's printed now, and actually, well, it has at least the initial layer of paint on it. And since it's all going to be getting the special lighting for the most part, I'm not even sure I'm going to do any more painting on it. Because when you see the pictures of it, and just like the lighting, it looks like it was painted. So great to see you there, Epic Cheese. Now a happy Sunday, because all games are now over. But again, it was a glorious start to the college football season. We still got more games tomorrow. Yep, Camda, you had that. And then, of course, you have all kinds of Hellenic Greek cities there. Just like you had your Ptolemaic era in Egypt there. So I believe Justinian, right? And Constantine. Those were some of your better known of Byzantium ilk there. Hence the whole Constantinople. Let me take this here. And then the Theodosian walls. That wasn't it. The Theodosian walls, and then there was the cistern also, which I believe is still there and still actually being used. It was a dual-purpose thing. Obviously it was a place to store water, but because they were located basically in valleys between hills, the columns and everything essentially leveled the surface, so they had new land, so to speak, to build on. Surface tension. There is obviously there's a regular book of it, but The Virtues of War by Simon Pressfield. Sorry. Uh, it's actually the audio book is one of my favorites. It's something I basically listen to kind of go to sleep by. I must have listened to that thing hundreds and hundreds of times now. But yeah, The Virtues of War is it's a very interesting take on Alexander the Great there. Get more of our rust color out here. It's not our lightest rust yet. Yeah, because I have all these credits on Audible, Camta, and I have a whole bunch of the Pressfield books, which I haven't heard yet. Mostly because, well, Virtues of War, I've heard it so many times, I can fall asleep to it. The other ones obviously are, well, they're newer, so there would be the inclination to stay awake to listen to them, and that would kind of defeat the purpose. I don't get to listen to them while I'm awake because, well, I'm either streaming or filming or editing videos. Oh, geez, I forgot to put up the latest video. Oh, well, I'll do that tomorrow. Well, later today after the stream. So, yeah, I just can't be listening to, well, like Shattered Sword or something like that because, well, that would just kind of keep me awake. That would be less productive. Trying to move these guys out of the way. Oh, that's fantastic, Epic Cheese. Glad that you were able to do that with no issues. Now that is a little bit of our darker stuff in there. Don't have the asphaltum out here. Ooh, how's about actually get that spear? That sounds really cool there, Epic Cheese. That should be really, really, really hilarious. Same thing on his helmet, on his spear, on his armor, all the stuff. Get that over here. Surface tension. Everybody needs a little kaput mortem on their palette, right? Yes, indeed. Well, especially for Army of the Dead, like you're saying there. Surface tension. Army of the Dead definitely needs kaput mortem. Put a little bit of this on his, well, hair, I guess. Good old kaput mortem, right? Surface tension. Well, basically our Mars Yellow Deep, that's what we'll add to our rust to try and make that even later. Now, is this the guy? Yeah, this is the guy where we broke the spear. More of his rust coat on his helmet there. We're still not even 2 hours in yet. Again, we're working on 10 of these guys. Count them, 10. Not 3, not 4, not 6, but 10 of them. Well, technically more than that even. Because I might be hauling out a few other ones. I'll have to take these off of the holders or something because, well, this is all the holders I got. Yeah, those sound really nifty. They're Epic Cheese. Get me a little bit more of my sort of rusty stuff out there. Again, still haven't done the lightest of the light rust. I mean, that's kind of getting there a little bit. Have we done a little something on everybody with the rust? Yes, we have done a little something on everybody, which means now we're going to try and take an even smaller brush here. Let me maybe get that phthalo green out of here so I have a little more room to welcome in Paces. How you doing there, Paces? Happy Sunday. Here's hoping that Sunday finds you very well. Let me get rid of that. So these are 3D printed from, I almost said Epic Duck Studios. They're 3D printed from Papal 3D. They're Army of the Dead. It's for Middle Earth strategy battle game. Because again, Army of the Dead. Where's our king of? There he is. So there's our king of the dead. He looks very much like the dead man of Dunharrow that Aragorn deals with in the movie. Now we are trying to get to some very light rust here. In a few spots. Again, not everywhere. Not everywhere, just here and there. Yeah, I've got I think, yeah, these I think are the Kerslick ones. I've got ones from Kerslick. I've got ones from Highland Miniatures. I I don't know. I think Diwali probably did Army of the Dead. I can't remember who of all the different Lord of the Rings guys that I have stuff from. Printing goes. I know Printing Goes Ever On has done Army of the Dead. Actually, I got a bunch of his horses printed out. Yeah, the Army of the Dead Cavalry. Welcome back, Tifu. How you doing? That's fantastic there, Tifu. Well, Renlor, I hope that you feel like you know, it's that it's being, these are some productive times here. I guess, but you'll still be doing your normal Tuesday get together right at the store for painting, right? Oh, and now surface tension. Oh gosh, do you know of anybody that has basically gigantic skull piles to print out? Well, Paces, that's the great thing about Stynylrez primer and just brushing it on. All of these guys, all 16 of them, I just brushed on the Stynylrez primer. And actually, it was mixed. That's the nice thing. It was mixed with some of our inks. So I took a turquoise ink and mixed it with the black Stynylrez and created an all new primer color for myself for these guys. Yeah, Camden, what's funny is I have a bunch of treasure piles, but I don't have skull piles. Well, if there's a buckle brush surface tension, there must be a skull brush, right? And if you think I'm joking, there literally was a brush that did buckles, which I thought was pipes because I was zoomed in on it when I was just pressing buttons. And then I went, well, those aren't pipes, those are buckles. Again, just doing a little bit of rusty stuff, that our lightest rust, of course. May move these down here. Okay, that works. I do think there's like a contractual obligation, surface tension, that a certain amount of bases worldwide have to have skulls on them, and miniatures too. I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah, the universe ends if there's not a certain percentage of skulls on bases and figures. Well, thanks, Camda. Actually, Camda, if you could shoot me that link there, that would be super handy. So Paces, MIG ammo one-shot primer is the same stuff. It literally is just Stynylrez with a MIG ammo label on it. Because I've been in the Badger factory, and that's where they make it. And I'm pretty sure you can get MIG ammo stuff over there. Probably a heck of a lot easier than we can get MIG ammo stuff over here. I'll never forget being in the Badger factory. And I say to Ken, I'm like, what the heck is that doing there? He says, what are you talking about? I said, all that MIG ammo stuff. He's like, well, we make that. That was a bit of a surprise, to say the least. Oh, wait a minute. You know, this here. Let me back up a sec. Somehow, we didn't do this deal here, or any of that down there. Okay, that's good enough. Good enough. Boom, there we are. And Michael, well, yeah, you shared your link already, right? I think so. Yeah, I just want to make sure you had a chance to do that. More of yeah. It's again our lighter rust here, maybe a little lighter. So I just added a little bit of the not Mars yellow deep. Well, that's another comparison we'll have to do, Cam. Is the whatever the yellow ochre-ish color is, and compare that to actual Mars yellow deep. A little bit up on that spear there. I'm going to get some of the Payne's gray mixed with whatever to create some metal colors on some stuff here. Oh, and now we're finally 2 hours in. We've just crossed the 2-hour plateau. Got working on 10 of our army to death. But now the stuff that we're doing, as you can see, it's a little bit less frenetic, right? And then we're going to get down to some like the highlight things. That'll probably be the thing that takes more time than all the other stuff we've done combined. More of that lighter rust down there. Yeah, that for all intents and purposes, it's the Terra Rosa / Venetian red, whatever. Not Mars red. It's way more red. It's either the Venetian red or the Terra Rosa mixed with some of, again, the Mars yellow deep. Here's the king. I was like, where the heck is the king there? He keeps migrating that way for whatever reason. More of that up here. I'm going to sneak a little bit of that lighter rust down here, especially, look at that. See where there's the darker green? Lighter rust next to the darker green. We have two things. We got the value contrast going on, but now we also have color temperature contrast going on, right? Warm rust versus the very cool phthalo greenish type color. Scare up some of that here. Into the chain mail we go. Some more there. Oops. I was like, where did all that dark stuff just come from? It came from down here because I was messing around in one of the darker crevices there. Oh, we need also get a little bit of a rust on the back of that shield there. I might try to do the glowing eyes in Forum 2, because we did that with our previous Dead Men of Dunharrow. I think, yeah, Ken, I think I sent you the Army Showcase vid song for them too. I know I sent you that one, Recoil. I might try doing another iteration on Suno there. I think I have the one version on Suno that has the words and such. I guess, Rico, when you change the words, does it ever try to mess with the syntax of them where it's like, wait, now, why did you try to put 3 or 4 syllables here into this one syllable word that I wanted you to do? I could just see it doing that, actually. Being very cheeky, something like that. Oh, yeah, get a little bit of the rest up there. And now let me take this brush maybe here. I should have been dropping some thinner. Again, that I think our floral. Yeah, that's already pretty gummy. Look at that. The brush is just kind of bouncing off of that there, Camden. Look at that. That is crazy, right? I mean, even the white is like that a little bit too. Just trying to break all this stuff down here. Also, let me get rid of some of the excess stuff in that brush. I don't even think I put Indian yellow or Windsor yellow out on the palette here. Ah, thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. I mean, it is hilarious, right, that we literally need, we really need to print skull piles, but for Army of the Dead, and I'm thinking Surface Tension, if somehow in the slicers or something where I could really just, add to, put a couple of piles together and make them big enough to just print out on the FDM printer. I would do it with the, what is it, with a 0.08 layer height though, for sure. Oh, and the adaptive layers, that's it. Trying to again give him some glowy eyes. Maybe not too much. And then we're going to be going through all of these things and kind of giving them their highlights. We're not really doing that just yet, and it's really more just focusing in on the eyes is there. There's another one. And again, I can do that because we've allowed our any kind of glaze thing to actually have a chance to set before doing that. If that was like freshly applied glaze stuff, well, everything would be like a pin line wash together and that would all get wiped out. So appreciate you doing that there, Surface Tension. That's going to come in super handy. Now, there will be lots of our lighter greens to add. And then we'll probably be coming back with phthalo green mixed with our floral green to really create some very intense, kind of cooler, mid-range greens. Might have been a little more than I want. I'm just going to let that sit there for a spell while I do these other things, and then we'll come back and we will take some of that away. Crown here. What was the Windsor Cotman brushes? Windsor Newton Cotman brushes. They're kind of similar to the Princeton Velvet Touch brushes. I think they're pretty close. I mean, nothing's ever going to be the same. Where is... Ah, there it is. I'm going to take some on my dark here. Take away a little bit of the overflow there. As we also welcome in Dino. How you doing there, Dino? It's great to see you. So about that rock, he's like, yeah. There's this dude that's coming around. He's like, meet me at the rock, and we'll be able to like fulfill our oath. Guess we're gonna get wet doing it. It's like, well, you. Oh, he's gonna send you after the Corsairs, isn't he? It's like, yeah, of course. He doesn't want to go swimming, so he's gonna have us do it. It's like, well, you did break that oath thing in the first place. It's like, did you really have to beat that dead horse? What, is Shadowfax around? Thank you so much, Dino. We did get a big Gandalf 6 last night. We got sort of a 6. We got a 4 for... Oh, Dino, sorry. Or, that's not DN10. Sorry, I thought it was Dino. My apologies. That is not Dino. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of this super light... Oh, and his fingers. That's where I was going to do it. On his fingers. So welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. That is appreciated. Despite the mispronunciation of the name. So my apologies. Well, let me see. These guys mostly don't have shoes. They mostly just have cloaks. Yeah, they're very floaty. I don't think even the king. Yeah, I don't think any of them have actual feet. I do appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. It's really interesting how we got the glowy stuff, but all of the corrosion, which is very unlike last night's stream. This is what we were painting last night. So we did this CA Sculpts Buster. These are both 3D printed. Shiny chrome, not so shiny here, right? But very glowy. Oh, and of course, well, our fabulous spacescapes that we did on Thursday. And where's our BSG ship? There we go. Actually, our next stream is going to be more of our Battlestar Galactica ships. So another one of these on our next stream on Monday. So Tifu, that's what. Check out the last 3 Core Theory and Oils videos because it shows me reacting to the Paul Rubens, like when I first had them. In some cases, before I ever actually painted with them. But the Paul Rubens, I use them on every single stream and every single video there, Tifu. Even the Winsor Newton Alkids, those are not exactly expensive either. And again, is the quality going to be like Williamsburg? It better not be, because otherwise Williamsburg has explaining to do. That would be, we'd be like, so why does Perling Crimson cost as much as an entire set of Paul Rubens paints? See you in a bit there, Surface Tension. Appreciate you being here. Trying to... There we are. Starting to catch a little bit of that light there. This is not white. This is not white either. So yeah, Tifu, like we were talking about that, our series on Resin Beast, they were crucial because all that stuff had to be dry. Oh yeah, what was the other? Oh, the Conquest Creation. They had not Conquest Creations, but the Conquest Sorcerer King stuff. Like the Ifrits and the Jinn. Those had to be dry for Gen Con. So Tifu, yeah, the Williamsburg stuff. I mean, there's just nothing quite like it. But there's a bit of a cost. There's a price tag, right, that comes with that. Well, we'll just go with Dino. That, but hopefully your weekend's been a good one. Hopefully your Sunday is off to a great start. And we are adding to our Army of the Dead here. So yeah, Tifu, and again, Egyptian Violet might be Series 5 or something like that. We've actually got ourselves a couple of Series 7s, like that Puro Orange and the Cobalt Teal Bluish. Now, that was given to me by Nerifel, but the Cobalt Teal Bluish, that was purchased on one of the fabulous Dick Blick sales. So that was something like 40%. So, yeah, instead of a Series 7, it was more like a Series 3.5 or 4 to me. Much different cost-wise. Come on, there we are. Yeah, Camda, it's always shocking when something that kind of has the higher price tag actually does live up to whatever you would call it there. Because it doesn't always. There's other things I have that were not cheap, and they did not hold up. That's for sure. So yeah, Epic Cheese, Dick Blick has been really, really crucial for sure. Also, like the spray can stuff. And I'm telling you, I'd used regular primer. Not it was yesterday, the day before, and oh my goodness, the difference to, and that, again, that's with the garage open, and wearing the respirator, having fans going in the garage, and I could smell that stuff. The acrylic spray paint that I use, no smell whatsoever. Well, there's a little bit, I guess, and that's really only if you take the mask off and such. Nice to see you there, Peace Talker. So yeah, Tifu, that's why you don't see those colors too often, because, well, people would want to, they'd want to use what I'm using, and I'd say, oh, well, just get this, and they'd say, wait, what? So yeah, that's why I would use them all the time, but again, that would create a bit of a budgetary fracas for some folks. So Peace Talker, I hope that you are having yourself a blast this Sunday morning. And it's a glorious Sunday because there's still college football. Yes, college football on a Sunday. Whatever will they think up next? So Epic Cheese, Series 7 Williamsburg is like Series 13 Windsor Newton as far as price goes. Yeah, you have to figure that a Series, so let's something simpler, more like a Series 3 Williamsburg, like Severus Blue. That would at least be Series 4, if Series 4.5 maybe in Windsor Newton price scale. That is not cheap stuff. And I can't give any exact prices on anything because, well, everything I get on Dick Blick is on sale. And I generally try to make sure it's on extra sale when I get it. So Epic Cheese, I mean, I still have tons of Winsor Newton stuff here. Actually, a decent portion of the paint on the palette here is Winsor Newton right now. It's just whatever is gonna work best for what you're doing. Well, that's the paint that is the best. Hey there, Telson, how you doing? No, Telson, no painting with super glue. I use up all of my super glue and figures. There's not enough of it around to be painting with. And that's not being facetious there or anything like that. I've actually torn through probably half a dozen of the creature caster glue containers there. I might actually have to get other super glue here just to make sure I don't like look around and go, I got no super glue. So Epic Cheese, I don't use any sable brushes. Everything has always been synthetic. Gave up on sable brushes a long time ago. They got more and more expensive and the quality got worse and worse and worse. And then for a while there, especially in 2020, 21, you couldn't even get them. That sounds super fun there, Telson. A little bit of chemical reaction type stuff there. Sounds very fun. So again, this is right now. These are $4.80 on Dick Blick. Again, they are on sale there. Now the Winsor Newton Cotman brushes, those are sort of like these Princeton liner brushes. They're probably in the very same price range, I would think. They're also not sable. It's been years and years and years now since I last bought a Series 7 sable brush. When I was doing watercolors, it's pretty much all I used to have was those. Did I already do his? I didn't do the eyes as yet. Okay. Fine, we'll just do that. Like we do, maybe a little extra light over there too, why not? So now we are 2 hours 23 minutes in. 10 figures. Yes, count up 10 figures. 2 hours 23 minutes ago. I think we have one here. Yes. That is what they looked like. They were just, well, actually, no, this has some of our dry brush stuff on there. Never mind. And again, we might bring a few more out here at a certain point. Again, I only have so many of the holders, so we either have to stick them on some containers or whatever to make new holders. Trying to get him some lighter eyes over here. More of that over here. I'm also going to go back in with some of our more mid-tone type stuff and probably put some more of the floral green back out on the palette too. Now that I think about it. So again, that changes around that shield a little bit. Let me do a little, Come on. No, that's too bright. Too bright there. Where's the, speaking of gloss, yeah, the Alkyd medium certainly gave us plenty of gloss there. Again, we mixed the Terra Rosa and our other skin tone colors with that, and that so we could have our, see, one of our circuit board stuff showing through. That's the latest tutorial series. Again, I will be posting the last episode of that right after the stream. I thought I already did that, but I looked at, I guess I did not do that. It was a very busy day today. There was gardening stuff to do, there was printing stuff to do, there was graphic stuff to do, there was getting these guys all primed and ready to go. Yeah, okay. Now one of our heralds for Harold here. Eyes for him. Something a little lighter on the sword, perhaps. Do that up there. Whole bunch of beat up armor here. So I'm guessing that right now must be like a Labor Day sale or something that Dick Blick is doing. Oh, and by the way, my mini factory, I think it's September September 8th is when their 50% off sale ends. I gotta make sure that I snag more stuff from over there before that goes away. Now, not everybody is participating, and some people are doing more like a 20 or 30% off instead of 50. So you just make sure you look when you go to check out so that you're not surprised. It's like, wait a second, that cost more than it was supposed to. Yeah, because there's some that aren't. I forget who it was. I was going to get some stuff from them, and I looked and I went, they're not participating in the summer sale. I mean, it's not like I won't ever get the stuff. I just thought, well, let me maximize while the sale is going on. Eventually, I get those other ones. Trying to lighten that up around his elbow there. So again, Monday stream, more Battlestar Galactica. Recoil. I just now I really have to see Caprica again. It's been years and years and years. Somewhere I have the DVDs. I'll have to try and catch that again. You know what? I'm going to lighten the top of that sword a little bit here in the center. We'll have to start getting some little somethings on the bases too, as far as some more light, I think, too. We have a whole lot of dark there. Then we'll also do some little kind of like some brownish gray dry brush stuff on the edges here of the cloak to kind of give those some more staining and weathering and all that good stuff. Now it's kind of like the difference between our Memorial Day and Anzac Day, right, Camda? Anzac Day is sort of like a Memorial Day, but it has a different connotation. And well, I guess we'll have to paint another Space Australia on Anzac Day 2026. So that goes. It does still go to September 8th, right, Rendler? Okay, that is good. I've kind of been going in priorities as far as the files I've been trying to get. It's like if there's a little paper stuff, that okay, we'll get a few files here. We'll kind of go in the order of priority. We'll get the most important ones first. Nice to see you there, Doji. Everybody, please give Doji a little look-see there when Doji shows off all that fabulous oil-painted stuff. So Doji, yes, it is a fabulous college football weekend. So says the Wobbleville Sports Network. There's also a new chat point reward there, Doji, to play around with. So again, why don't you post some of your really fantastic oil painted stuff there, Doji? And of course, happy Sunday. And Doji, I'll have to send you those new stakes for the garden. Those arrived, and boy, I used them all. Now I used them all faster because I used like 3 of them at a time. But I'm actually going to have to get me another set. I've used them all. And again, also too, please, again, everybody give Inganes a follow too while you're at it. We said that earlier. Make sure you give Inganes a follow. So again, just adding some of our lighter lights here. That's what we did. Again, I'm pretty sure that is a Kurzlik figure right there. And again, just making use of some of these not radiant colors here. Yes, but big agriculture, big ag is trying to shut us down, Doji, just like big acrylic is too. Yes, big acrylic and big ag are now in cahoots with each other. Yeah, I don't want to give away any. Actually, recoil. It's been so long since I've seen it. Now, again, I kind of have the overall gist of everything, but there would still be at least individual scenes where I'd be, I forgot all about that. Doji, I actually have to remember to very soon get a whole bunch of basically some canning, whatever material or the jars for all of the fabulous sauces and spices and whatever's are going to be made from all of this produce here. Oh, that's right, the Wappleville Produce Mart. That's what I gotta make. Yes, I gotta make a not just a sign for it, but the actual Produce Mart. There we are. So again, nice little edge there on the banner. No big deal. Nothing super fancy. So Doji, there was plenty of destruction in the top 10 of college football this Saturday, and there will be more tomorrow because there will be one top, unless there's a tie. There's going to be another top 10 team that goes down tomorrow. Well, later today, I guess you should say. So that would be Miami versus Notre Dame. I believe that's the night game. That is must see. I mean, well, the only way I can see it is if someone is streaming it. Like, I think I had to go to at least 20 different streams to be able to see the two biggest games today. Well, actually, one of them I only saw the first half. The rest of it, I had to listen to the LSU radio broadcast. More of that here. Again, even what we're doing now, yes, it's light. This is not actually our lightest light. We could go lighter than this if we wanted to. So Doshi, we've had the fabulous chromium oxide green out here. Actually, Cam, I still have to, while this paint sale's going on, I'm going to have to maybe get me a tube of the regular stuff. But I think I do have a tube of another tube of the alkyd stuff coming along. I think I got that yesterday, maybe. Did I get? Nope, didn't get his later eye. Let's do his later eyes here. There's one. There's the other. Like you do. Doji, and it's funny. The only reason why the chromium oxide thing ever even became a topic of discussion is right because of the fabulous discovery of the cobalt teal bluish, which of course is the Terra Rosa of cobalt, not kobolds but cobalts. And then we found this one. I think there's another one too that has been. Again, it's such a tremendously opaque. Well, the Mars series are called the Mars Black, Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Violet, Mars Red. It's all about the metals, right, Doji? Gotta have those metals. So now again, I would be using the cobalt teal bluish here on our Army of the Dead, but A, they have to be dry real soon. For photography and such. You know what, I'm going to try to hit a little bit of the light down there too. So again, that's some warmer greens there, cooler greens over there. Actually, Doji Armored Wolf assembled me another one, and I still have the wings, a couple of wings left that Landress printed out. So we're going to do another winged version of Prinkles. Yes, indeed. And this time we'll take him into GPT and we'll see what kind of wild color scheme it can create. Where is he hiding? So, another cat in the house. This has worked really well for you in the past. You sure want to try that again? Yeah, Landress. I still have a few of the wings left. Which is ironic, right, Landress? Because, well, I was just posted that video of the eagle, sculpting the eagle's wings and stuff, and all the. Actually, I printed out a Radagast on, well, Guahir. So yeah, since I'm running short on super glue here already, won't be using it for painting. Of course, we use the fabulous glue, green stuff glue, because the super glue kind of crystallizes and almost flash cures the green stuff. So if you've got something where there's no way to pin it or something like that, especially we're talking about metal figs, whatever, you have a very small connection point or an uneven one. Look at this. Look at how that mixes it. Look at, see all that dark stuff on the end of the brush? That's mixing together over here. So it's a way to not only have a much stronger joint, but instead of sitting there like an idiot holding on to the figure for however long until the stupid super glue sets, basically the the green stuff becomes almost like a dead man. It just holds it for you while you go off to do more important things. So yeah, we'll do another. We will do another Prinkles. And actually, you know what? I might. So recoil. I'm gonna try and do a. I was trying to do another Cappy figure with the Eldritch Foundry stuff, because obviously we've done the tribute one a whole bunch of times. I mean, literally as a not just gigantic figure-wise, but also as a bust even. I don't know. Well, I don't think. You know what? I don't know. Does the Eldritch Foundry also have just like regular monsters? Or is it more? I was thinking that okay, it's a humanoid like a Draconid or something like that. I don't know if they have actual monsters. Oh, by the way, this is a light color that's about the same value as what we've been doing, but this is orders of magnitude cooler of a green. It's not that warm green. Oh well, well. Speaking of cats, great to see you again there. Surface tension. It seems like that walk was not as long as it normally is. Now, I don't know if there's some liquid sunshine that's happening. A little bit more of it there. So yeah, recoil, I've got to figure out how to do the screen capture thing in XSplit there so we can start doing some videos on the Eldritch Foundry, and I want it to be along the lines of what we did with like the bamboo stuff, where it was a journey of discovery. It wasn't just, well, here's how to do this. It's more like, well, let's just press some buttons and see what happens. Because that's generally when we find all kinds of neat new stuff, right, Camda? That we weren't expecting to find. So again, great to see you back there, surface tension. That's okay. We're gonna be coming back with later stuff anyhows. Not gonna worry about that. Oh, by the way, again, this is not the latest light either. Even in this range of our greens or colors, whatever. We can definitely go later than this, right, Pascal? How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal Ruse a follow. So, Pascal, we're going to be streaming today. Oh, actually, and gun. This will be good. So, let me find another one that really does show. No, that one doesn't quite show it as much. I think this one does. Yeah, okay, we got warm and cool, and we got warm and cool here. Now, when we do our film noir, also the rust is going to disappear. Zoink. Yeah, look at that. The rust is not darker or lighter. It's the same value as all the other stuff. It's just a different color, which now I want to bring out here. Let me move this out of the way. We'll bring out this thing, right? Because this also is going to have a big difference when that color returns, because now we have sky, earth, and oh, look at this. We have like rusty stuff or copper over here with verdigris, and then there's the orange glow also there. We didn't have that, right, with our once we killed all the color. Thanks, Pascal. This was super fun, and again, a very different thing than what we did here. With this one again, this is where we have the this side. There we go. So all the circuitry underneath the skin, and then the skin is kind of this plasticine, and that was with the alkyd medium there, adding that. And that's what gave it that shiny stuff. See you later there, Doji. Appreciate you being here, of course. So take care there, Doji. Well, we'll see you on your Tuesday. And of course, Pascal, why don't you share some of your fabulous stuff in the chat there? So it does. So again, everybody please give Pascal a follow because there's going to be some streaming happening in a bit. We are working on 10 Army of the Dead. We're what, 2 hours, 46 minutes in. Yes, we started doing the lighter dry brush stuff. Then we started doing a little bit of the glaze stuff. Yeah, now we're starting to pick out again some of the later glowy things or greens or grays or whatever. But it really is starting to look gray right there. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And then why don't you share yourself a follow with Pascal so again you do not miss that stream that is forthcoming here on this Sunday. So again, so we lightened up the robe there. Now this is going to be more of a that warmer green. I'm going to put the cooler green here though on the sword. So probably maybe get a little bit more of our rust color in there too. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm actually tempted, Cam, to instead of using my I'll Be Back screen, I want to use my Wappleville Sports Network. I might just do that just for funsies. I don't know. But I do want to create a new I'll Be Back screen. Well, I want to do a Wapelia spell brush moving around for that. Let me work on this here. Yeah, something like that. Letting that all just kind of blend with some of the darker stuff that's, guess what, already out there. And again, with City of the Dead basically printed out now and even for all intents and purposes painted. Is it painted to great detail? No, it is not. But it didn't necessarily have to be for what I need it for. Given all the dramatic lighting that's going to be on it. Same thing with Minas Morgul. It's also going to have that weird sickly glow. Continuing, this is the phthalo green. Yeah, phthalo green mixed with our kind of sky blue and white there. It makes it lighter but also a cooler color. Because we some of our first initial tours that we put out here is we use a blending brush right there. We go, look at that. Nice and easy. That's how we were able to do a lot of our chrome stuff on our chrome lady there that you saw. Much lighter there. Also that. Some here. Yeah, no, I like that darker in there. We'll leave that. I'm gonna mess that up there. I am going to take the blending brush, so I'll take some of this lighter green and just drag it down that way. And again, it's another little bit of a color shift from the warm to something that is cooler. Fine, well, a little bit more of a light there too. Also on that part of that mace. To the king here. Some lighter stuff on that cloak. It's I guess there's a bunch of texture on this thing, looks like. And again, we've got, I think, 3 of the first Eldritch Foundry figures that I was working on. We'll see what those look like after the stream. Alright, we'll hit this too. More there. And just to lighten that up, but also cooler. We have warmer stuff here, cooler stuff over here. The value might be the same. Big difference in the core temperature, though. Warmer versus cooler. I mean, there's warmer versus cool blues. There's reds that are warmer or cooler. There's even yellows. Yes, you can have a yellow color that is cooler than other yellows. And ironically enough, that's, say, in like flames. Because the hotter something is, the more blue hot it is, not red hot. Some of these I'll have to also go back with my darks too. A lot of stuff in here I can see. And that'll probably be our next little thing, because we want to have this later stuff have a chance to set a little bit more, I think. Don't want to just keep chucking paint on there. Oh, well, now we're almost at hour 3. Okay, I was looking up there thinking, we're still just a little after hour 2. No, we're almost at hour 3 now. And again, hammered away at 10 of these guys. Now, I think the last that we did was at, that was 9 dwarves in a 10.5-hour stream of the Khazad-dûm dwarf variety, and we got more of those. I will be potentially, maybe even this week, painting up some of the dwarves there. I think Friday. No, actually, that's it. I think Friday I'll try to paint that Aragorn or King Elisar. We never painted that thing. Never got a chance to paint that, so we'll do, because remember the streams, with all the weather and stuff, wasn't able to do those streams. So yes, I think this Friday will be King Elisar, and then maybe Saturday we try to do that Galadrim chariot with the 2 horses, the driver. I think there's another piece I still have to print for that. Found out the hard way as I was putting it together with the Army of the Dead last night. I went, yeah, I think there's something missing here. Lighten up the... Nope, that's too much there. We're going to get rid of that and try this again. Like that. Bit more here. Lighter greens. Also, more of a grayish green. It's a cooler green and more of a grayish green. Blending brush here. And just let that mix with what's already sitting out. So I'm just going to chuck that on there. Blending brush. Boom. Enough said. Kind of a dingy green there. Let me get a little reflected something there. Even with all of the rust and everything else, I want to get some type of reflections in some places here. Blending brush. Because that got a little too happy right there, a little too light. So what I'll do, I think, is do some of the darkest, and then some of the highlights on there too. We got some super bright highlights I'd like to do in at least a couple of places. About metal, right? Maybe where some kind of corrosion has also been chipped away, scoured away. Yes, weathering. That's now there's a video title for you, right, Camda? Weathering. It's all about how your rust and everything kind of gets chipped away by subsequent wear and tear. Couple more of these lighter bands in that armor there. Now again, so one more here, then I'm gonna go refill the medicine and such. After that, we'll get into those super darks, and then our lightest of lights, and then there's just some other greens that I want to do here. We'll get some more of our fluorescent green out on the palette too, because right now I think that's all gone. It's almost like saying not radiant colors, right, Camda? Don't say it 10 times fast. Something is going to go horribly wrong, especially on stream. That's it now, Camda. What kind of medicine are you going to use on your streams for the voice and stuff? Now again, T puts the stream in streaming, so I'm not sure that's the ideal choice. And everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda's going to be painting and such on stream. And in a little bit, we're working on all the technical stuff and some other practical things. Look at that again. That's just a simple dry brush down in there. Okay, so now I think we'll just go with our regular I'll be back screen. Again, I'll get some more of the floral green out there on the palette too. Maybe even some of our actual fast matte white. Might not be bad to get that out there too. So we shall return just like the sign says here. Don't go anywheres. So I have returned, and looks like Pascal has left. So Pascal, sorry I missed you there. And of course, Camda, I looked down, and yes, these are the ones I was looking for. And like always, Camda, where were they? They were right next to me. They were literally within arm's reach. Because that's how we roll here, Camda. That is how we roll. Now let's get to that dark stuff we were talking about here. Let's do that. Oh, there we go. There's our perline black. That's a really dark green. Let me. So I was looking at your thing there. So it's passion fruit and orange juice. Well, I mean that should have kind of some the vitamins, right, Camda? That now, of course. Um, Remember, oh, the Mountain Dew Kickstart. Yes, I was mixing that with our other medicine, shall we say. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find like the monster stuff on Amazon, like the stuff that we would have at, shall we say, Gen Con there, that worked so well. I mean, maybe I'll try to do another search for that again. So yeah, Camda usually, well, cough drops, that's what I end up going with. I think I got myself an industrial-sized bag of those for Gen Con and such. I think, you know, I'm gonna get that a little darker down there too. What the heck? Ooh, another edge over here. Yep, let's do that. So we're gonna do this stuff with our darker stuff. Then we'll come back with maybe even like a little bit of mid-tone or something. And Camda, oh geez, you heard the story, right? This is when I really just made the like within the first week or something of streaming. And there was a guy that I guess he was kind of known for looking for streamers that were just starting out, and he wanted to basically make them instant affiliates or whatever. So I got rated by something like 1,200 people. I actually thought that I got hacked or something, because needless to say, right, Cam, the chat went a little bit bonkers with 1,200 people. That never happened again, but it only needed to happen once. Yeah, I don't remember who that the streamer was, but yeah, that was someone that rated me with 1,200 people. And it was Drax that told me that that was something that he liked to do. It would he got a kick out of basically boosting people to affiliate like in one stream or whatever. That was very nice of him to do that. It definitely was like, what is going on here? I don't even. I think maybe Armored was just starting to do the moderation too in the chat at that time. We had no clue what in the world happened. This guy needs dark there. Yep. Also over there. Also in here. So Camda, they've changed the rules so much that it's really not even worth thinking. Actually, Camda, I mean, if you were thinking of making income from it, yes, but that's not really what you're wanting to do, right? You're just wanting to do it for chilling out and such. And in that case, you don't even have to worry about the affiliate stuff. I mean, you can't make Twitch highlights anymore, right? So they took that away. Obviously, if well, to do merch or something like that, I think you have to at least be an affiliate, and then for subs and all that other kind of stuff, and to be able, I guess, do more with the emotes and everything. That's another place where being an affiliate actually is going to make a difference. But yeah, I think you want this to be as fun and chill a thing as possible. Otherwise, why bother, right, Camden? Another thing to stress about. No sense in making more. That the universe can pile up enough stress, right? We don't need to go looking for it. The universe is more than willing to give us a nice big serving of stress and chaos. No, is that? Ah, that is cloth. Okay, so I'm gonna separate you then. I'm also gonna darken this down a little too, I think. Smidge more under there, and then I have to get some of his kind of mid-range skin colors in there. 1 second there, Camda. Camda, it was, well, let's see. I know Pun Expected still tries to stream here and there, and there's been a few folks, and what's helpful there, Camda, is that, again, you're approaching it from a different standpoint, right? Not as somebody that's, well, done it for 1,000 years or whatever. So it might end up being more relatable to especially folks that are newer to it. So I think there could be a lot of very useful perspectives that you could be throwing out there, Camda. Oh, gee whiz, recoil. Holy smokes. Okay, sorry to give you more homework, recoil. However, you know what we have to do with this? There's a certain thing called Skynet, which could take this very picture and possibly have him literally juggling the flaming chainsaw's recoil, which could be another chat reward for when people are frustrated and they want to show that they've been juggling flaming chainsaws. Yes, recoil. Just again, I'll forget because I'm kind of, well, I think I'm working on maybe 2 and 3/4 hours of sleep right here. Needless to say, I will immediately forget that. There's actually something else that I know we've been talking about all stream, and I can't remember that either. So I'm sorry to give you homework there, Recoil, but I'll forget that. But as soon as you said that, I'm thinking, oh yeah, and I grabbed the sticker and I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, if we're gonna animate the stupid sports TV set, why are we not animating our juggling flaming chainsaws? Thanks, Recoil. Now, Recoil, the other thing I have to see, since I'm sculpting all these new Wapellia spell brushes, I don't think they have a juggling pose, Recoil, in Eldritch Foundry, but they might have a chainsaw, and they do have flame effects. So I might have to create literally a Wapelius figure juggling flaming chainsaws, because I think that would be I think we have to have that, Recoil. So thanks for bringing that up, Recoil. It never occurs. Well, there you go, Cam. To see that, right? Just a little mention of that, and it's like, oh, well, yeah. Why not do this? And then of course, well, like you found the Alkids, the Paul Rubens Alkids there. Well, Tifu. I wish I could remember which of the monster drinks were kind of my faves. I think they had different flavors there, but there was one that I really enjoyed. I think it was like a grape something, maybe like grape pineapple. I don't know what it was, but that was actually enjoyed the flavor of it. Obviously, it also packed a little bit of a punch too, right? So to speak. So yeah, I'm pretty sure maybe it was 8:30 when I got to sleep. I'm pretty sure it was at 11 or something. Well, that whatever it takes, right, Tifu? Whatever it takes. Well, and again, have yourself a great Sunday there, Tifu. Hopefully, see you on Monday. Well, the Monday slash Tuesday. Again, that will be the another round of Battlestar Galactica ships. Yeah, Renlor. It was one of the ones at Gen Con, and it definitely had some kind of like a grape or something in there. Yeah, I wish I could remember there, Renlor. It was a crazy name. I couldn't remember even what the heck it even said. Heard it, Michael. If you wanted to share your stuff again in chat, I know you did it a while ago, but that was hours ago. If you wanted to share stuff again, Renlor, if you wanted to share some of your stuff, like your creature caster, the Cheeto orc there, I want to share them. I know you shared them before, but again, that was a while ago. That's it. That is it, Renlor. Viking Berry. I gotta remember that. Just to see if maybe again that might just be on the Amazons or something like that. I have no idea. No idea. One second. Well, now that actually, wow, okay, that revealed something there. It shows what a package of 15 is $30 or something. So everybody, please check out that link that Renor just shared there. This needs to. There's too much paint on it. I'm gonna get rid of some of that. Get rid of some of that. There we are. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arta Michael just posted as well. Let me do this here. A little more of our dark over the top of that now. A little something there. Darken this bit of hair down, sure. And then we'll sharpen up some of the stuff on his helmet here. Oh, they have I think they have a spiky football too, recoil. I seem to remember running across that too. Well, here's hoping that you can just kind of go off into the corner there, Arda Michael. Just chill place somewhere. Find a quiet zone somewhere. All right, let me do a little bit more of this here. Let's see. I think there's, yeah, we got to go back in here with some of our midtones. Again, yeah, some of our midtones over there. Okay, now we got the heralds here to do. We got two of the heralds. I don't think we have, maybe on the helmet here. We'll do that. Some of that under here. Blending brush. A little darker there, and oh yeah, another dark edge along this. We got a bunch of the rust there. Now here we got definitely got to do some stuff here with this guy first, though. Something like that. Yeah, that's it. This blue or green. We need to get some of that. You know what? Let me do that now. I will just forget. Let me do it now. Let me do that here. And some of the. Well, there we go. Now this is a combo we haven't really done here. Phthalo green and the. Well, this is an interesting combo here, Canva, because the phthalo green is super translucent. And what's the chromium oxide green? It's totally the opposite, yes. Completely the opposite. So that should be interesting here. But, here it is. Here it is over here. And we should maybe lighten it up a little. Ooh, okay, that was more than I was thinking. Let's get this lighter here. Yep, like that. Lighter still. Okay, fine. I mean, we're not going to be. I don't think we need much more of that anyway. Let me take this. So some of the stuff that's up here, that is now down here. Like you do here. under here. So this is literally just these little streamers of whatever, and that's all that's touching the base. Yeah, that's it. That's all that's making contact with the base. Are these little streamers of stuff. Or a cloth or whatever. Actually, throw a little bit of the Naples yellow in there. Where are we at here? Yeah, keep going with that. So finding a bit of light here on the end of this, maybe even on the base too. Like he might almost. We did do that with some of our Army of Death Threat. We did have him casting a glow on the bases too. And yeah, I did not make the bases for these guys because well, we just wanted to get as many of them ready to go as we could. Now I'm going to go back to that chromium oxide. We're going to do this here, and now we're going to take some of our not radiant yellow, green, whatever. We'll have to come up with funky names for these here, Camda, for sure. So yeah, recoil, I seem to remember seeing the that spiky football there. Alright, I'm gonna try this here. That's not quite what I was looking for. However, we were gonna, oh, that's right. I need to get more of my floral green out there because what was out there is all just kind of solidified. Alright, there we go. Here's some more. There's our floral green. I'm not sure where that is. Here, let me make sure we get some of that out of the brush here. I'm just going to go directly with a little bit of thinner there. Ah, there we go. So that is some of the chromium oxide green with the floral green attached. Like you do there. Also some of that here. Yep. It's getting a little bit of some debris in it there from some of our partially solidified paint. Need a little something lighter on that banner pole. Can't all just be the darker brown. Take this. We'll take our much more yellowish green here. Some of the white. That's going to go in here. Blending brush time. Like that. Take that. Yeah, we'll leave it there. think we've made that pretty darn light up there. I don't think I want to do that any later. So a little bit of the phthalo green and then the fabulous Paul Rubens fluorescent green to hit the edge of this. And then we'll also come back with some of our kind of like the Van Dyke Brown mix to sort of dry brush over the edges of some of the cloaks. I know we did that on our other ones too. Again, the floral green there and the phthalo green mixed together. Now, a little bit of that on the shield. A little bit of punchiness here. We're sort of toning things down a bunch. Now we're going to maybe try to restore a little bit of glow in some areas where we can. And now this is where the whole thing with the Paul Rubens and the paint sets and all that kind of stuff, that's where this becomes important. Because normally this would be a little tricksy here with the floral greens. We might even have to wait a little bit longer before we could kind of go back in here and very easily do something like that. That would be tricky. Yep, that is something that we can only really do because of the Paul Rubens and the fact that that paint sets so much quicker than if it was, especially the Marion Street stuff. I think our homebrew stuff generally sets quicker because we don't have so much linseed oil in there because we're mixing it ourselves, and oh, guess what? We have control over that. And yes, you can mix your own oil paints. We've certainly done that in a bunch of different videos on the Patreon page. Now, yeah, see, that's a whole bunch of dingy stuff going on there. Look at this. And that will show you just how also translucent the fluoros can be too. I mean, that is more, for the most part, is fluorescent green there. Again, that's the oil paint version. And not acrylics. Yeah, this right here, no way that's happening. If that's not the alkyds there, Catch some of it here. Along the edge, let's try some more. Now, this is essentially a little bit of a dry brush thing we're doing here. Doing some of it up there. Over here. Once again, we'll do that. Also over there. This maybe on the banner up here. Tiny bit. Good to go. Let's start pushing back. This way here we can start to do some of, again, our floral green on our guys here. Just enough translucency so again it doesn't wipe out. too much of what we've already established here with our darker values. Then I gotta remember, take the Van Dyke Brown stuff, maybe mix with a little bit of the coal black, and essentially go right along the edges here of the torn up cloaks. And again, these are 3D printed from Papal 3D on my mini factory. Just trying to get here more of that paint out of the brush. And as always, now it kind of doesn't matter which of the fluoros you've got, they're always to try and break those down. It's kind of like breaking down Indian yellow with the thinner. It takes forever. It's just one of those things. It's weird. It's just weird like that. So again, that is a much more intense. Look at the intensity of that green there. More of that over here now. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Big difference. Wow. That will go over here. Now this is where the translucency helps, because the light that's already in place, guess what? It's going to just shine right on through there. And we'll just march right along with all these guys here. Much juicier green right there. This kind of wild combination of the corrosion and, well, grimdark. It's glowy grimdark. There you go, Camda. We always gotta have sayings for stuff like the cool kids. It's glowy grimdark. That's our army of the dead there. Look at us thinking about stuff. And break it down. That goes in here. Also maybe a little up there. Now those would make some very very interesting army of the dead there. They're going out clubbing in Middle Earth somewhere. Okay, let's take that same floral green, get a little bit of that up here. Then we got to get some of the latest light. Remember, we haven't had our actual fast matte white out here yet. What was the name? I think it was supposed to, I think, be a series or something like that. Never happened. It was called, wasn't it called Bright or something like that? It was a sci-fi fantasy universe or something. It was sci-fi, but there was orcs and elves or whatever, and gnomes and whatever. I think it was supposed to maybe be a TV show, but it never happened. Boy, that really did affect the king and I over here. Look at that. And maybe chuck a little bit of it right over there. Yeah, it was a movie, and I could swear it was supposed to kind of spin off. You know, sometimes movies will spin off into a TV show. It was supposed to do that, I think. I don't think they ever even made another movie, right? Except looks like Netflix did a movie and an animation, but not having the cable stuff. I would be just a little bit on the back foot knowing about that. Again, that's against some of our phthalo green mixed with the floral green. That's giving just these little hints of kind of this intensity. We did a lot of stuff that kept making things, well, a little more grim and a little more dark, and now we're making a little more glam. And that's good for him. Not too much. Not too much of that. Artem might go. I know. Well, actually, one of the folks that actually went to high school with me, and then the academy. Actually, they worked at FASA, and that was a time when they weren't just doing the shadow run thing. They were also they were supposed to do kind of like a next gen version of Starfleet battles, which I don't think they ever did. And that was a day and age when folks would go to Gen Con up in Milwaukee with their portfolios, trying to get the book covers and all that stuff. It is still endlessly hilarious that the only one of them that goes to Gen Con at all is me. Now, I don't know if any of them have been to Gen Con in since, well, probably since it moved down to Indianapolis for sure, but probably even many years before that. Is there one? Okay, there's still one more guy that is going to get this treatment of, again, and this is how we did it on our other ones too. We kind of went over the top. Let's see. That's so came to that's just a little more glam, right? Let's do more of that green over here. Because I do see the when the artist alley there in the vendor hall, there's still the people with their stuff and their, well, there wasn't things like magic cards back when I was at the academy. There was no such thing as that. There we go. That's still some of our just original dry brush there, so that is super helpful doing that. Okay, now again the fast matte white. Let us let's try to get some of that out here. Where are you hiding? There you are. A little of the fast matte white there. Don't need a ton of it. A little bit of the thinner over there. Try this again. Okay, there we go. There's still a bunch of our dark on the brush there somehow. Try to get rid of that. Now this is as light as we can go here. We don't need a ton of it all over the place. Just looking to catch again a few little key areas here. That's all. I think some parts of these helmets here might also need a little bit of enlightening. All right, that's nope. I don't want to. See, I like that cooler green. Now let's not mess with that. Let's leave that alone. I don't know, maybe some of our funky little holes and such in the robes and cloaks. I guess maybe we'll get some of that out there too. Yeah, fine. We'll hit that with a little bit of our light as well. I think we have a bunch of the light on the other side, but none of it on this side. We'll change that around now. Let's see, what's the other? Is PAX? Is that the convention that's in Pennsylvania or Philadelphia or something like that? PAX Unplugged, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I think that convention must be not too far down the road from now. Maybe that's in October or something. Taking that white, mix it with the phthalo green there. To get more light on the shoulder here. That I think they just well, the files were called mace. It's not really necessarily a mace in his hand, but that's what the files were called. So it is in just a couple of weeks. Okay. There is a part of me that is semi-curious to see if sci-fi conventions still do the mail-in art there. If sci-fi conventions are even doing art shows anymore. Lighten you up a bit there. Can't do too much more on that armor on his chest, though. Ooh, that was a little lighter than I wanted. Let me get rid of some of that. This now is just a bunch of midtones and some darks. Now we're going to start adding some lights back into that. So put a little light on that chainmail, then on our sword here. I was just looking at one of my example figures there, and I realized, yeah, that should be our floral green there. It's wild, Michael. That was when I was working all the convention art shows. That was actually my job, was to hang the mail-in art and then pack whatever mail-in art didn't sell, because, well, that's what I did for a living. So that became my job, because nobody wanted to have to mess around with the mail-in art. I actually had maps So they typically were 4x4 art panels, right, Arta Michael? But there was a few of us that mailed out to a whole bunch of conventions. I usually mailed out stuff to at least 40 of them every year. Actually, Arta Michael, I still get. I'm pretty sure I still get things in the mail from conventions asking if I want art space or art show panels or whatever.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. So, Arid, I hope that the stream was very fun. Everybody, please give Arid a Can't Wait for a follow. And of course, Arid, why don't you post that Pinterest link like usual? And I hope again that the stream was super fabulous. I'm sure it was. And everybody, check out that Pinterest link there that Arid just shared. There we are. So Arid, those steaks that I was talking about on the stream yesterday, those showed up today. It took all of about 15 minutes to use them all up. The little clips on them were great. So I wasn't trying to tie the tomato plants to these steaks here, and I mean, I suppose I made them at least, let's see, 3 links high, so 3 times 17. You have to factor in there was a little bit of additional height with the spike on the bottom and the connectors. Then you lose probably about 5 to 8 inches pounding them into the ground, but these were pretty darn tall, and I used them all instantly. I forget how many links of. I think there was 30 pieces or something like that, 17 inches long, and I used them all. Or no, there's one left. I was well, since I got another batch on the way now, because there's the indoor plants that I need them for. Because yes, the indoor ones are like again 3+ feet tall. But I really like these a whole lot better than any kind of tomato cages for sure, Aaron. I'd rather just kind of trim off a bunch of branches and then just stake up the ones that I really want. Basically, if it had flowers on it, it stayed. If it didn't, it got chopped off. Which also, like we were talking about, hopefully is going to promote more flowers and less just branches everywhere. Because it really was becoming the giant redwood forest back there. Let me try to. It's getting a little bit thick there. Well, maybe I can catch a couple little light edges on his shield too. Actually, geez, Arid, it was a cooking stream today, wasn't it? And again, I apologize if I got it mixed up with last week. There was pretty much almost no sleep at all. So memory is not, that's not going to be, we're not going to have that right now. Ooh, how's about some lighter stuff up here? Good enough. And as we keep going through it again, we got 10 of these guys out here that we are working on all at once. And we haven't even hit the 4-hour mark yet. recoil, the speed difference of, say, that stream where we did the Medberry dwarves years ago versus this. I mean, this is about the same level of stuff to do as far as colors and whatever. Now, that was more the orange and then the grays, but I mean, if you were to take it back to that, well, but it would have been pre-glaze too. Yeah, there would have been pre-glaze on these things. My goodness, we'd maybe have 3 of them at this stage now. It is shocking to see the difference in the approach from then to now. And it's not like that was 20 years ago. Not by a long shot. That wasn't even 5 years ago. That was maybe 3 years ago, tops. Well, I hope that's fun there, Camda. And Camda, again, I'll try to get you those pictures that we were talking about. And again, Camda, thank you so much for being here. I hope that we'll say hi to the family, say hi to the girlfriend and everything. And best of luck with all the streaming preparations there, Camda. Now, after the stream tonight, we're gonna be doing some stuff with some eggs, I believe. Yes, we needs ourselves some proteins after this. Hit the. Okay, now this is where I really wanted to get some of the lights. What's up on the crown here? Nope, I want to leave that little bit of corrosion there. Let's not take that away. We'll try to sharpen up a couple of these edges though. Here, let me get this part of his cloak there. Like so. I'm glad you were able to finish off a couple of pieces there, Erin. Oops, too much. Well, looky there. It's like we have ourselves an eraser. All gone. And again, programming. Note the Monday stream Armada Mondays back to Battlestar Galactica. Not, I'll have to look up and see which ship it actually is. It's going to be one of the ones I've already got prepped. He's got all kinds of little holes and such in his cloaks there. Little more light down on his base, maybe. You know what? Maybe a little, yeah, a little something extra light on his face. Now, let me take this dark here. Oh, fine, we'll just use this brush here. Taking some of our darker green. There's the Perline black. Nope, this one. Also, that one. Okay, that works. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. Welcome back. we go. So, well, good thing Sea Dragon, nobody redeemed the autocorrect. Now, of course, would have been hilarious if somebody redeemed the Wappleville Sports Network, and it just you wake up and you're kind of disoriented and you think, wait a minute, when I wasn't watching ESPN or something like that. Why is ESPN now? I did not have that on my phone. And since when did they start doing Twitch stuff? Blending brush again, like you do. Hit a couple of our lights up here. Now that we've got that dark there, that really did help to separate that. Yeah, we'll do that one too. There's a little fuzz right there. We'll get rid of that. Got our... No, I want to go too late on that now. Also here, see, we don't... Gotta be mindful on this not to get too late on the little... Oh, yeah, there's way too much paint there also. Top edge of the metal there. By the way, light as this is, that is still not actually white. That still actually has a color to it. Now I'm pretty sure that even by Monday, the stream Monday, there won't be an armored wolf unless maybe, again, they're in transit or they're waiting one more day there in Atlanta. Now, of course, here's the autocorrect monster, and this is why you don't necessarily want to be waking up to this guy, especially if the iPad is right in front of your face, because he's a little bit of a creepy creature there. Although I still got to figure out a way to make a miniature out of him. And again, this is our newest screen there, the Wappleville Sports Network, and of course the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, and of course the fierce regional rivals of Swampton and Barton. The Swampton Crocs and the Barton Barristers. Coming soon to a painting stream near you, because again, via Eldritch Foundry, we're crafting some actual miniatures of those teams that we can actually paint on stream. That is probably the Eldritch Foundry folks are like, wait a minute, you did what with our stuff? You had all this other stuff that you could do with it, and you ended up making football guys. All right, that's what you did with our stuff. Fantabulous. There's just a little bit of irony in all that. Now, of course, we've already made we made a Wapilius spell bust in Eldritch Found. We also made Wapilius spellbrush figure with instead of the usual staff or whatever, he's actually got a book of Wapple in one hand and a palette in the other. So I think it's kind of working out the way I hoped that it would, as far as being able to generate some unique Wapilius spellbrush figures, because again, we've painted the same ones over and over, and even at different sizes, and even as busts and stuff, different basing routines. But I think this will be fun. Actual new and different Wapilius spellbrush figures. And then other things that aren't maybe just the caster version of Wapilius Bulbrush, maybe some kind of fighter versions or paladins or something. Fighting big acrylic. And also, too, oh yeah, that's right, the Kathy dioramas that we got to do every year for Gen Con. We have to do a new Kathy diorama. Well, now we can potentially even make new Kathy figures to go with all the ugly dolls. Get the. There we are. We didn't quite get the brightest edge. Remember that you can weather away the weathering. Yes, when the weathering gets torn away, well, then the figure is it gets kind of shiny again. Right, Slang? How you doing? So great to see you there, Slang. Why don't you post some fabulous stuff in the chat there? So Slang, I don't think you had a chance to see this on the stream last night, did you? That was very fun. It's a little bit different. Now this could be Cylon. Look at that. See glowing spine? Could be a Cylon. Gonna take some of this stuff. We'll mix a little bit of you in there. Give him a little something besides just the green there. Everybody check out what Sleepy Slang just posted there. Fabulous miniatures. Slang, I think you had a chance to see the latest batch of 2D paintings, right? I think you stopped by in that stream when we were doing our, as we call it, our Flat Thursday challenge. See you later, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, if you want to post your stuff, just one more time in the chat there. I thought so, Slang. Yeah, that was really fun doing those. Actually, Slang, if I want to be doing any more of those, I have to generate some more of the airbrush initial paintings now, because they used up all 4 of them. Yeah, so now I gotta make some more. And of course, Slang, it was a fabulous college football Saturday here, and it's even going to be a college football Sunday. Yes, it's I mean, it literally can't get any better than that. So Slang, I was doing the airbrush demos in the Badger airbrush booth, and I ended up, I think it was 4. Yeah, it was 4 of the. Basically, I had these 11 by 14 boards because I knew that would actually fit in the tiny space that I had. Went in there and just was using the Steiner resin, the ghost tints. That's all I had available to me. Everybody check out that link that Instagram link that I almost said Recoiler, but Inganes just posted. Go check that out. Give Inganes a follow. Now, of course, I've used it. Actually, I have an airbrush video series now on the Patreon page, and I figured, well, this could be another little new thing I do. It's could almost consider it like a painting backdrops kind of an episode. Okay, not too light there. Yeah, you know what? This armor here is all kinds of, again, little holes on there and such. So see you later there, Ingunis. Catching these little bits of light on the tops of these armor bits here. Did those pretty much already. Hit the rest of this and again more of our. Oh yeah, we should catch some lights on the underside of those little holes there. There we go. Few lights up there. Ah, more on his helmet, shall we say. So 4 hours, 10 minutes ago, our 10 Army of the Dead had no paint on them at all. Yeah, these were just some brush on primer. That's it. They've changed a little bit in the last 4 hours. So yeah, we got the King, we got Herald and the two Heralds, and then we've got 7 more regular Army of the Dead. And that is going to go along with our fabulous 3D printed City of the Dead and all the other Army of the Dead figures that, well, we've already painted on stream. There's a bunch of those. So it should make for a nice little video. Again, an army showcase video with the terrain, the miniatures, even having the dice out there too, I believe. Just a way to show off our all of our Lord of the Rings armies and all the terrain environments, because we've been doing every single terrain environment in Middle Earth. Catch a little more. There we go. Light up there, and then oh, look at that, some little chips. One of these guys actually has a busted sword too. We started out with the usual darker primer stuff. We did some dry brush things with the floral green and some of the other alkyd colors. Then we started to get into some of the weathering / corrosion and such. Athling, I mean, when you can walk on water, who needs swords, right? Yep. And of course, since we've got our 3D printed boats and that are already painted and everything, we'll actually have Army of the Dead doing their walking on water routine. Because that is one of their special abilities. So that's going to be real interesting to see them. And I think I have at least one, maybe a 4x4 mat that's just, well, water. Try to lighten you up a little bit more here on his hair. Let's do it. Oh yeah, there's actually some buckles on his arm there. Slang, I'm pretty sure that, I mean, you've never seen any game of MESBG, right? That where people are actually using that ability. I mean, there's usually not too many games of MESBG being played on, well, a water table. That might be like a port city or something like that, or a like Lake Town or whatever. See an awful lot of lake towns. I'm actually printing out a Dull Amroth barracks. I already have an entire port complex, and then I also have an archery range and a stable. So yeah, Sleepy Slaying. I was thinking back to the 15 goblins that we painted on stream. That was like a 12 something hour stream. Here we've done 10, and it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, and also too, I had to go away for 5 minutes to try and get some new medicine there. So basically, 4 hours and tons of these guys. Actually, I did have Army of the Dead back in the day. But oh, that's right. They ended up being mostly useless because everything that I was going up against was fearless and higher fight skill. So pretty much didn't matter. Let me get. Oops. Okay, fine. That's going to be very much a grayish green then for his hair. Yeah, that actually works. Now, Renlor, I'm guessing that those are the physical resin versions and not the STL files. Yeah, I've basically kind of abandoned all of the physical creature caster stuff. There's no time for assembling any of that. And well, you know of what I speak, right, Rendler? They're always interesting to assemble. Yeah, we'll go with that. So Slang, hopefully the printing business still goes well. I guess Slang right now, Bamboo has a. I guess the X1 is 800 hours now, something like that. So significantly cheaper. Yeah, glad that it's still doing okay there, Slang. So Renlor, what kind of interesting files are there? I had no idea there was new ones. I guess maybe what did they send out a like little email or something like that saying, "Hey, we got to the tribes or whatever. There's new files or something." So sorry, it's a little bit on the worrisome side there, Slang, but hopefully that just kind of starts working itself out for you, and it's not going to be as big a deal. It is difficult to plan ahead and such, of course. Oh, yeah, that needs to be. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's why. I'm like, why is this all smushy? That's because I had to grab onto that because it got snapped off. So we'll do this then and reestablish some of that. Yeah, Rindlor, and it's funny because I keep thinking, oh yeah, I've been doing this for forever. No, it was only around this time in 2020 where I finally was able to actually like get any prints myself. That was the first successful print I had was back in say August. That was mid to late August of 2020. Given the way things have developed over the last, especially the last year with all the FDM stuff, that is just crazy to think about. Now for our heralds, Herald and his heralds. Nah, I don't know if I wanted to fill that in too. Maybe not. Fine with a little something lighter on the banner there. Okay, we already got that little bit of light there. And what about the sword? Trying to get that top edge a little bit more precise. Nah, it's too much there. Let's get rid of that. Okay, other herald. Other herald here. Some of the light top of this banner. That's going to be too much there. And, well, yeah, a little bit light there. Well, I know I have a whole bunch of creature caster stuff printed out. Actually, I'm going to start making my Road to Resin Beast new video series there. We'll probably be doing that on, well, there's the mounted baristas. Which I would still like to do those as a diorama, but I wonder if we'll just have them as a unit category. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Because I'm not so sure I want to reprint and repaint those. More of our phthalo green. Not really too much with the floral green. Okay, now it is time. We're gonna get rid of this. Will this brush work here, or should we? We should maybe use this guy. Okay, so I'm gonna take that. Remember, talking about the Van Dyke Brown, the coal black. Really not a bunch of thinner either. You know what? Let me grab some of this. And now we're just going to. It's almost like how we originally dry brushed our lighter stuff on there. Now what we're going to do is this. We're literally dry brushing on some kind of. Is it mud? Is it dust? I don't know. we're just putting a little bit of that here now again. So that's kind of darkening the edges there. Maybe do that on this guy, like over here. Look at this. So I'm going to turn him this way. And now, look at that. See how that kind of looks stained on the bottom there? And it only took a matter of seconds. And it's all, that's all wet blending there too. Right? I mean, all of this paint is wet. Just because it's a dry brush type of a brush stroke. That does not mean that it's not mixing. Because it is. It is mixing here. Get more of that again. Kind of almost like it's being stained there or whatever. Actually, Renlor, I don't know if I've seen the ones on foot. We've only ever, well, the mounted baristas are so hated and feared here that I didn't realize there was a version of them on foot. The dreaded mounted baristas. Alright, yeah, let me tackle this too. Again, coming from underneath here, that again starts to kind of give it that sort of stained look. Oh yeah, this whole thing down. Wow. Let's get that taken care of. Now I might, while I'm thinking about it though, I don't know if I want that much rust right there. Let me try something like this here. Yeah, that is gonna go better with the terrain. And again, I didn't do special bases for them because I wanted to get these things prepped and get them ready to rock and roll for today because there was so many of them. Ultimately, there was, what, 16 of them. Fine, we'll lighten you up a touch more there again on the edge of that base, almost as maybe he is casting a glow, because that's what we did do with our other ones. I mean, since day one, pretty much. Boy, Slang, I've painted a bunch of these guys over the years. I mean, if you add these, what, 10 more here? It's got to at least be probably almost 50 of them. At various points, going all the way back to, I guess you could say, when they were new. Which is just a little bit ago, right, Slang? Yeah, how about we darken you again? I think we kind of did a similar thing with Dirt Queen Galadriel too. Now, let me take this green here. Okay, that's about as, I don't know if I really want to go lighter there. Now, let me back away here to some of the phthalo-ish green. Boy, Rendler, I didn't know there was a a mounted barista dreadnought. That's even more terrorizing, right? Even more terrible than the mounted baristas. And why does everybody hate the mounted baristas? Because they just go around the battlefield on their horses, screaming out random names, and they chuck scalding hot cups of coffee at people. And then worse yet, after they do that, they they expect they expect you to leave a tip. So again, the mounted baristas are not loved characters in Wampelville at all. Okay, we did that. Let me take our dry brushy thing here again. We'll take this. rid of the coal black, I suppose. More of a little bit of dry brushy thing to get the stained effect here on the, it's not all the ends of the cloak slash robes, but some of them. Again, it's important to do this sort of dry brushy motion there, because that is the entire time it's all mixing as we do that. I'll see you later there, Irid. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, Irid. And of course, we'll see you on Monday. And everybody, please give Irid Kimwave a follow. Again, we'll darken the edges of his. Not every single one. See, that one still got a little bit of light to it there. Me do the same deal here. Again, we're just gonna, not every single part of our lighter green getting wiped out, but like see in there, we're gonna give it a little bit of the staining now. Down here. Ah, there we go. Like you do. There, okay, yeah. Again, that makes that look like that edge there. It's a, we don't need like an airbrush thing or something to spritz on that, right? We just do it with our little hairy sticks. That's all they are. Well, unless it's this brush, and again, this is one of our bristle-free brushes right here. So yes, the hairless brushes. It's part of our new line, new line of brushes that we're introducing. They're extremely popular, very rare. It actually takes months, if not years, to create such brushes. They're all created by hand, each and one. They're all individual. Each one is unique. There's no mass production. Now, some people might say that's just a stick, but we know better. We know there's much more to it. The extra little here, a little bit of light on his hair, maybe. Fine, a little bit light on his head, I guess. Very hard to tell what is going on there. So yeah, we will be doing more of our Battlestar Galactica ships on our Monday stream. Well, at least a ship. And then all of those files are, of course, free on Thingiverse. No problem there, Rendor. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that. Well, maybe probably see you on Monday there, Rendor. Thanks again. I do believe that Pascal, I just checked, and Pascal is streaming. Actually, he's been streaming for about an hour, so we shall head on over to Pascal there, because he's doing some fabulous, I think it's another, yep, I don't think it's a bust. No, it might be a bust. It might actually be a bust. Let us do a review first, though, of all of our fabulous Army of the Dead here. Let's do that. I'm going to zoom out a bit here. Let's do that. And then you can kind of get a sense of, see this row right here of the 10 dudes? Here, let's maybe push them this way a little bit more. There we go. So 4 hours, 34 minutes ago, these 10 guys had no paint at all. Now, well, they got themselves some paint. Yes, indeed. Paint on all of our, some guys with spears, swords, choppy things, flags, all the stuff. And where's our King of the Dead? Here he is. There's our King of the Dead. We did him as well. So I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. Appreciate that. And now we are going to raid. There it is. Got it underway. Gonna raid Pascal here. And we shall be back on Monday again with those Battlestar Galactica ships.